Good morning everybody and welcome to the December meeting of Cabinet. My name is Councillor Millie Earle and I'm the leader of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council and will be chairing this meeting today. I have Councillor Mike Cox, who is the Deputy Leader and Vice Chair of Cabinet, with me up here. I'd like to welcome members of the public who have given up their time to be with us here, and of course Cabinet members and other councillors who are in the room and online. And officers. First of all, I'm going to hand over to Democratic Services to go over the housekeeping for today's meeting. Sarah.
Thank you. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by where the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point at the War Memorial in the gardens opposite the front of this building in Bourne Avenue. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So, agenda item 1 is apologies. I don't have any apologies, but we do have Councillor Kieran Wilson, who is joining online, and will be able to speak to papers, but won't be able to propose or second or vote for them. Apart from that, I think everyone is here. Councillor Burton?
Yeah, just Councillor Brown is engaged in something else at the university and will be arriving later.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Yes, we are another member down who is going to be joining us in about an hour's time, which is Councillor Brown. So, agenda item 2 is declarations of interest. We haven't had any raised, but is there anything that we should be aware of? Councillor Herritt.
I have a pecuniary interest in item 10 and consequently will be leaving the room for the debate on that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Herritt. Any other declarations of interest? No? Well, if any members of Cabinet do realise during the meeting that there's a conflict, then please do let me know. Agenda item 3 is the confirmation of minutes of the last meeting of Cabinet, which was November. So can I have a proposer and seconder? Actually, it was October, wasn't it? 30th of October. Can I have a proposer and a seconder for last month's minutes, please?
Happy to propose, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin.
And I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Cox, for seconding those. Can I see if we have agreement from the rest of Cabinet on that? Thank you. That is unanimous. So agenda item 4 is public issues. We haven't had any petitions or questions submitted from members of the public on this occasion, but there are statements that have been received in regards to agenda item 13, which is the Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Plan. Those are from Andrew Emery and Mark Elkins. I'm just going to check with Democratic Services if we have them in the room.
Yes, we do.
Brilliant. Right, can I please invite Andrew Emery up to give his statement, please?
Thank you, Cabinet. Dear Cabinet, on behalf of the Eastcliff Community Group, I appeal to you to postpone decision to approve the Springbourne and Eastcliff Neighbourhood Plan Area and Forum, which excludes over 700 Eastcliff residents living west of Merrick Road, until alternative overlapping proposals, acknowledged in paragraph 22 of the report before you, for an Eastcliff-only neighbourhood area, which was registered with BCP Council but is yet to be consulted upon. To do otherwise risks the Council being vulnerable to a likely successful application for permission for judicial review, as paragraph 16 of the Cabinet report contravenes regulation 9A(3) of the Neighbourhood Planning Regulations 2012. The ward-based proposals before you today do not reflect the boundaries of the two sustainable communities of the Eastcliff and Springbourne, with their very different demographics, built environments and social challenges. These communities deserve independent neighbourhood plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emery. Mr. Elkins, would you like to come and give your statement, please?
Oh, good morning. Yes, Mark Elkins, coordinator of Eastcliff and Springbourne Residents Group and lead on the Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Plan. Yes, obviously to do with item 13. This proposed deferral is really unfair. The Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Plan application has been delayed by over a year. Original documentation was approved in 2023 by one member of staff, and then required changes sought by a new member of staff in August 2024. Numerous progress follow-ups were made from 2023, and I was told various reasons for the delay. Yet this recent Eastcliff one is experiencing no such delay and was not even officially proposed until November 2024. Please decline this deferral. If not, I request a new Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Plan consultation to include the rest of Eastcliff in Bournemouth Central Ward, and then delay a decision on the Eastcliff Neighbourhood Plan until that consultation is complete. The Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Plan report explains we wanted to accommodate boundary change requests, and it now seems that advice given was misleading. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elkins. Right, so we're going to move on to agenda item 5, which is recommendations from overview and scrutiny committees that are not otherwise included on the agenda. There are recommendations arising from those meetings. A copy of those have been published and are available to view on the agenda meeting page. I'm going to invite up each of the chairs to report. So we'll start with Councillor Bartlett, who is the chair of Overview and Scrutiny Board. Do you have any items or recommendations that are not on the agenda from the board?
Good morning. We do have a number of recommendations. All the ones that we want to raise under this agenda item are listed on the supplementary information. All I'd like to say about those is the Overview and Scrutiny Committees welcome the opportunity to form working groups and choose subjects which they wanted to review and then make recommendations which are now included in here. In addition to items recommended for the budget, there were other general recommendations made to Cabinet, and additionally there are other recommendations made to individual Overview and Scrutiny Committees. The list that you see in here are both the recommendations for budget and also those which are of a general nature, but they're all listed here, so I don't need to repeat what's on the list, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartlett, and just to appreciate the work that Overview and Scrutiny Board have done on this. As a Cabinet, we're going to be reviewing this and bringing back some responses over the next couple of months. So we'll do that through the formal process. Thank you. Right, I'm going to look at the screen, which is now in front of me. Do I have Councillor Rigby in the room? Nope. Councillor Carr-Brown, I'll invite you up because I can see you there. So Councillor Carr-Brown is the chair of Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So if you have any recommendations that aren't on the agenda, now's the time to let us know. Thank you.
Goodness, this is fancy. I've not used this before. Actually, I've just come up to say I don't have anything additional. we have the Linwood paper coming later on, and so I won't take up any more of your time, but I just wanted to confirm that I have looked, I have paid attention.
Thank you, Councillor Carr-Brown. And I'm just going to look to Councillor Canavan from Health to see if there is anything from that committee which needs reporting to Cabinet that isn't on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. We have two recommendations to Cabinet arising from the meeting of the Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee that was held on the 2nd of December, which are not on the agenda this morning. So the first relates to the health and social care for the homeless. So our committee discussed this arising from a report which was undertaken by Health Watch, very comprehensive and quite telling report about the health and social care provision for the homeless. And we felt that it needed us to do more than just note it. So the recommendation which I will read is that Cabinet be asked to discuss the issues caused by the lack of funding for rough sleepers with no local connection and those without an identified priority need, with a view to developing solutions in partnership with other local authorities and key stakeholders such as the Integrated Care Board and relevant ministers to create a robust system that does not fail our most vulnerable or unfairly place responsibility for caring for these people on particular local authorities, with a view to getting something in place before the new homelessness strategy. Fairly long, forgive me for that, but the point of this really, when we had the meeting, not only did we have the report from Health Watch, but we also had a report from the NHS to outline the work that they were doing in this area to try and shape the service better, to provide a better service for the homeless, because there are I think acknowledged gaps in the service provision, and the other issue I think really was to try and also understand the work that BCP Council itself was doing in this area. So we did have representatives from the council officers who again were incredibly helpful in just helping us understand the range of this work. So we talked about the homelessness strategy and about the rough sleeping strategy. So all of that work we know is going on, but we are keen to try and shape the homelessness strategy as it comes forward. So we are therefore asking Cabinet if it would agree to discuss those issues. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Canavan. I'm just going to have a look and see if Councillor Wilson would like to give a brief response to that. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Health and Adult Social Care ONS panel for their interest in what is a really critical issue. We as a council have an extensive programme of support and accommodation pathways which address all forms of homelessness. And in many cases, we are considered best practice nationally. People do look to us for answers, and we do have strong links with government. There is innovation, creativity, strong engagement with lived experience and trauma-informed approach throughout our local provision. Reflecting this performance reputation, our head of strategic housing and partnerships recently gave evidence at an MHCLG inquiry into rough sleeping, outlining the challenges which remain despite our successes. In addition, we have been invited to submit additional evidence to support that work of the inquiry, and I will be submitting this in the coming days, and more than happy to speak to yourself as the chair of health and kind of get your thoughts on that. The opportunity to directly engage with government on the challenge of rough sleeping places us in a position to take into account the recommendation from your panel. And in addition, I would like to add that the housing strategy and homelessness strategy midpoint review are due to be complete at the start of the early next year. So I want to put that in as part of it and ensure that this recommendation is considered as part of that. So happy for those discussions to go on with Cabinet and with the wider council, to be honest, because I think it's really important. So welcome this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Canavan, any other recommendations?
Yes, please, Chair. The second recommendation relates to transforming urgent and emergency care services. I'm sure Cabinet will recall that it has discussed this previously. So there are three recommendations that our committee wanted to make to you. I think you'll probably be familiar with the wording because these were in fact the recommendations that were in the original paper that came to Cabinet. I'm happy to read them if you feel that would be helpful. But the nature of the discussion that we had was really kind of twofold. We recognise that this is a huge piece of work and that it's really going to come in two bits. The first bit really being the kind of establishing of the partnership agreement with Newtons, and the second bit is actually to make sure that what it says on the tin actually is what it says on the tin, and that when you come to do the review look at the outcomes in July, then that's again an opportunity for us to make sure that it's delivering what it is we want it to deliver. So there will be an opportunity, and we will be grasping it with both hands for the committee to have another look at. But I just want to flag up a couple of things that came out in the discussions. One of the questions that was raised was this whole issue of whether the Newtons had the capacity to do this. This is a huge piece of work. And that was coupled with the kind of issue or question as to whether or not BCP could do all or part of this work itself. And I think we became quite clear during the nature of the discussion when we realised the scope of this and how many partners there were involved in this exercise. And actually we might be able to do a bit of it, but we might not probably be able to do all of it. So the engagement of consultants, however much it kind of goes against the grain for some of us, almost seems inevitable. But the key thing, and I know this was mentioned when you discussed it previously, the key thing for the council is to make sure it gets value for money from that exercise, and that that the direction of travel that paper sets out is crucial. We know this is very much on the government's agenda to try and make sure the health service is fit for purpose and grasps organisational change like this sets out. So not complacent, not sort of taking it for granted, but very much on the watch to make sure that it is delivered. So I just wanted to reassure Cabinet that we have looked at that aspect of it, and we're happy for it to proceed on that basis. We will look at it again, but if you're happy to accept those recommendations, then thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Canavan, for the work of the committee on that item in particular. It will be going through to Council this evening, I believe, so it'd be good to understand those as well for the wider councillor base at that meeting. I think it's really helpful to have that contribution, and thanks to the members of the committee who've done that work. Thank you. Right, so I just want to say thank you to all those chairs of the committees. If there are any other items relating to specific items on the agenda, then I'll call you at the time to give those recommendations. Thank you. So agenda item 7, I'm actually going to be, or agenda item 6, I'm actually going to leave for a moment and bring agenda item 13, which is the Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Plan, up to the top of the agenda. And the reason for that is because we have quite a few people in the room who are interested in that item, and otherwise they will have to sit through a good couple of hours of this meeting to get to it, where they could be getting on with their day. So agenda item 13, Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Plan. This is actually one of my papers, as I cover planning and regeneration. I am just going to very briefly give an overview of this report. and I think we will be, I will be looking to defer this item, but I just want to explain why. So neighbourhood planning is a really important process to local residents. It's a mechanism that they can use to have more control over the planning process in their particular area that they live or that they work. And I think there is something really important about localism and encouraging people to be able to be the key decision makers for their particular areas, and neighbourhood planning is something that allows for that to happen. We have quite a few neighbourhood plans across the BCP area, which involve local communities. They go through quite a long process, which starts with deciding really an area on which that neighbourhood forum should take place, and then it progresses to a plan, which then it comes to council to approve. In this case, we have had a proposal put forward from residents for an Eastcliff and Springbourne neighbourhood plan to be formally designated to cover the ward boundary. However, I am actually I've got some wording here that I need to make sure that I say. So based on legal advice, I actually propose to defer this matter without debate to a future meeting. And I just want to look to Cabinet and see if I have anyone who is going to second that recommendation.
I'm happy to second that recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. I will just check before we vote on that formally if we do have anyone in the room who wants to speak to it in terms of councillors, because we've heard from residents during their statements, but councillors do get an opportunity to come and speak at Cabinet. So I'm just going to look to our ward councillors in the room and see if they wish to speak. Right. So, Councillor Armstrong, we'll hear from you first, and then Councillor Martin will hear from you. Thank you.
Wow, this is fancy. Thank you, Chair. I'd first like to start by saying that I think this situation is quite a sad situation to find ourselves in, that it's the fear and concern about a judicial review that's being used to potentially override the wishes of a wider community. So actually I'm going to coin some words from my northern grandmother, Councillor Mary Armstrong, who would have said this is a very poor do. But it's the situation that we find ourselves in. So I'm happy to accept your suggestion, Chair, of a deferral in favour of a further meeting, but I do have a few things to add. So I want to share a bit about the background and the rationale behind this proposal. So I hear that 700 residents, which I'm assuming, Andrew, is around about 500 maybe households. So during this consultation period, both Bournemouth and Springbourne libraries provided hundreds and hundreds of hard copies of a consultation out to residents. I was told that there was one request for about 60 hard copies by a resident from outside of the ward. As a resident myself, working on this initiative prior to becoming a councillor, and as a councillor now, I would wholeheartedly like to reassure residents that there has been no intention to exclude anyone whatsoever, and that anyone who wanted to engage at any point in the process has had the opportunity to do so, and I hope that they will continue to have that opportunity to do so again. So I also want to refer to some numbers, and these numbers are based on my own experience of working in the ward, as I've walked and ran it many times over the years, delivering letters and knocking on doors. There are approximately 8,598 households in Eastcliff and Springbourne ward as a whole, which equates to about 17,500 people. So it's the future of these people and their families that is also at stake, as well as the 700 residents mentioned on the other side of the ward. So 1,800 households are in the Charminster part of the ward, and not one of them has raised any objections to being included in the Queen's Park and Charminster neighbourhood area. There are 2,388 households in the conservation area within the Eastcliff and Springbourne ward boundary. These residents have been represented on the proposed forum membership for an Eastcliff and Springbourne plan, with some either active or receiving information directly from the Eastcliff and Springbourne residents group, as have staff members from the Merrick Estates office. I know from speaking with a range of these residents that a one Eastcliff approach would not be their preference, especially given the challenges they are facing, partly due to the neglect of the conservation area. However, these households would be included in whatever application goes through. I have also been told by an Eastcliff resident recently that some 60% of households on the Eastcliff are second homes. A recent petition calling for one Eastcliff was signed by 29 people, but it's unknown as to their connection with the area. In Springbourne, there are 4,415 households, and this is the true extent of the numbers of people at risk of further exclusion if we don't find a solution here. I will conclude, but I am coming to the conclusion. Also, some other numbers. In June 2023, I was elected as a councillor for my ward with 38.4% of the vote, and with my commitment to uniting the area under a common vision and a neighbourhood plan as one of my top priorities to transform the area. Eastcliff and Springbourne residents have worked extremely hard over the last 2 years to realise their ambition of an inclusive and thriving sustainable community where there is a balanced mix of housing and population, where there are promotion of local jobs, local shopping opportunities, all with a strong purpose of community ownership and safety, with an express purpose of promoting or improving the social, economic and environmental well-being of the neighbourhood area. A key to this, as Millie says, is that it is community-led. And I can see that there are many stakeholders, such as the Love Church, Bournemouth and Poole College, Bournemouth University, other local independent hotels, and the Russell Coates Museum, who are not represented around this table, and I feel that they also need to be included. And I myself, actually, as a ward councillor, have not been invited to join the Eastcliff Forum meetings, which I'm very concerned about. I'm worried about the impact on residents, the confusion about this process and any future consultation, how they will view the council and its representatives at a time when I think working together in partnership under one vision and in unity is really, really key. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Armstrong. So we usually allow councillors 3 minutes to speak at Cabinet. However, it is at the Chair's discretion. I understand how close this is to the heart of a lot of residents in that area. Councillor Martin, you have indicated that you wish to speak. Please do come up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Essentially, we've, as Bournemouth Central Council, come quite late to this. Obviously, this is some work that's been ongoing for a long time and then has now developed into something slightly more complex. I'd ideally like to bring your attention or raise paragraph 13 in the report, which mentions about the principle of extending the boundaries. And it mentions one Bournemouth Central Ward Councillor supported this, which that was myself. I did support that without any caveat. And I do support the Eastcliff residents of Bournemouth Central to have the neighbourhood form that they want, and obviously I'm happy for them to be included into an Eastcliff only one if that's where it ends up going, or into an Eastcliff and Springbourne one. Obviously there's complexities because as a Bournemouth Central resident I don't want to upset the ecosystem in Eastcliff and Springbourne, and by demanding that there is a certain pattern followed. But in terms of looking out for my residents and what they want, my residents who are Eastcliff but within Bournemouth Central are very clear that they want to belong to a neighbourhood forum, whatever form that takes, within the Eastcliff area. So I just wanted to put on record my support for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. So we do have a deferral that has been proposed and seconded by Cabinet, which is without debate. So I'm just going to ask Cabinet members to indicate whether they agree with that proposal to defer. Thank you. That is unanimous. I think we're just going to pause for 2 minutes if the people in the room would like to stay for the rest of the agenda. You're more than welcome to listen to the rest of it, but otherwise we'll just wait a couple of moments for the room to clear. Okay, thank you. So back to the main agenda. So we're looking at agenda item 6, which is the council budget monitoring for 24-25 at quarter 2. I have Councillor Cox who's going to propose this item. Is there a seconder?
Peter, say.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Hannah is now back in the room. Councillor Cox, thank you very much for proposing that one. And Councillor Martin, happy to second. Right, over to Councillor Cox to present the paper.
I don't think I actually formally proposed it, but I hereby propose it. Thank you very much, Leader. Yes, as you've already said, this is the council monitoring report for the second quarter of 24-25, and I'd just like to remind everybody that this budget was approved in February 2024, which was a balanced budget, and actually followed a balanced situation for the medium term as well. It included in that budget savings of £38 million, both savings, efficiencies and extra income. And that actually addressed the underlying deficit of £30 million, which existed prior to this administration coming into power. What I would say is that it's been very difficult. As you can see from the report, the savings that have been made so far have been there's two lines of savings. There's the service-based savings, which we have achieved 95% of, which is excellent as far as I'm concerned. But we have only achieved 75% of the transformation savings, which on balance leaves us 12% short of what we were hoping for. We are still hopeful that most of the rest of the savings will be achieved, but they will take longer. I should comment on a very good question that I was asked last night at the Overview and Scrutiny meeting by Councillor Broadhead, who asked me if I was very certain of the savings that would be achieved, and I think I commented that I was reasonably certain, not very certain. And I just wanted to expand a little on that. There are hundreds of lines of savings that we've actually identified. Some of those will not be achieved. That's almost certain at this point in time. But some of them may overachieve, and so on balance we're hoping that the full amount will be achieved in time. May not be achieved this year, but certainly in time the balance of that 38 million should be achieved. In terms of identifying those particular areas, overall we're £3 million short this year, so we've got a £3 million a target to aim for, but there are all sorts of lines in there which are significantly over. I think it was adult care packages on their own represent £3 million of that. We've got safeguarding and early help, that's overspent, as is corporate parenting and education and skills. The parking services, that's another £3 million overspent, and needs to be addressed. We've got law and governance, and of course the elephant in the room of all of my budget discussions is the SEND and the interest effect on us having to finance the SEND overspend of deficits is effectively £2 or £3 million at least. And so the interest and the investment loss is quite significant and would be better spent somewhere else. So it is the officers, are working tirelessly on trying to close that gap, that £3 million gap, and it is actually critical that they succeed in closing that gap, because we cannot afford the £3 million to be rolled over into next year, because that's another £3 million we'll have to find next year. So I would like to formally propose, therefore, that Cabinet note the budget monitoring position for Q2, and that we request the corporate directors to implement the mitigation strategies to reduce their budget deficits and budget pressures, along with tightening their implementation of the expenditure controls that we've already put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. So this item did go to Overview and Scrutiny Board, so I'm just going to look to the Chair to see if there were any recommendations on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, we had a very broad debate on this. In fact, we dealt with the three financial papers collectively yesterday evening, and not surprisingly, the debate really focused in on the SEND issue and the impact, particularly in terms of the interest payment on the deficit that's being funded by the Council. But in broad terms, there were no recommendations, and the committee agreed with recommendations in the paper, and I think that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartlett. So now I'm going to look around the room and online to see if any other councillors who are not on Cabinet would like to speak on this item. I'm not seeing any indication. So we will open this up to Cabinet. Any members wishing to speak on this? Nope, no indication. It did get a very good look over Overview and Scrutiny last night, and a few Cabinet members were there to hear that debate. So I think we can go straight to a vote on this one. Can I get an indication from Cabinet that they are willing to accept the recommendations? Thank you very much. That is unanimous. Okay, so agenda item 7 is the medium-term financial plan update. Again, Councillor Cox is going to be presenting this report. Is there someone to second?
I'll happily second, Leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Over to you, Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Leader. Following on from the budget monitoring, obviously, following on from the fact that we set a balanced budget for 24-25, as part of that process, we also set a balanced medium-term financial plan for the next 4 years, and this report really takes that forward into the next years. When we set the medium-term financial plan, every year we make assumptions on what's going to happen. Those assumptions over time need to be revised because of changing circumstances and also because of emerging pressures within each of the departments. I mean, some of the assumptions, for instance, included a 2.99% and a 2% increase in council tax. That was assumed. It was also assumed that there would be a 2% increase in pay, a 3.9% increase in the living wage, and it also assumed fundamentally that the Department of Further Education and MHCLG find a solution to our SEND problem. That last one is a big assumption, and that assumption we have yet to get that solution, or find that solution, or be given that solution. And so, as well as that particular one, the pay increases are more than 2%. The living wage has gone up by 6.7%, not 3.7%. So this has led to significant increases on our in pressures on our medium-term financial plan. For the first time, I think we've gone through the overview and scrutiny and we've given time and resources to the overview and scrutiny process to inquire into sort of the key lines that they wanted to inquire into, and those have included school transport, care growth, demand management, climate change, and bed and breakfast costs, as well as car parking and the residence card. Our responses to the overview and scrutiny obviously will be actually tabled in the February budget report when we've considered them in detail. Of course, one of the major things that have happened since I last reported quarter one is that we've had a fairly major budget announcements from the national government, the new Labour government, and that has seen a significant amount of pressures put on this council and others. One of the things that they suggested was that they were introducing a stability rule, and part of that stability rule was that obviously we only spend what we've got in income. Unfortunately, they seem to have completely ignored the fact that they're allowing the send deficits to be completely ignored by councils up and down the country. That doesn't strike me as being very stable. Included in that budget, that national budget, there was an extra £100 million for social care costs, and that's, in fact, there was an extra 600 million, but we had already assumed 500 million, so the additional amount was 100 million. So we will get a share of that. But the big item that certainly hit the headlines was the increase in the national insurance, going up from 13.8% to 15%, and more importantly, the thresholds in which that is payable by the employer has been halved, or nearly halved, and so that has produced a significant amount of additional costs. We have been told that we will be compensated for that. We don't know how we will be compensated for that, but we have been told we will be compensated for the direct costs of our direct employees. But that does not account for all of the subcontractors that do work for us, and the increased costs for them, which they will no doubt pass on to us. There's also been, as I've already suggested, the increase in the national living wage, which is fantastic for those individuals that are having that increase. But that's 6.7%, and that alone adds £11.1 million to our budget pressures for next year. On the possible good side, we've got this extended producer responsibility, which does sound like a cost, but actually is not our cost. It's the producers of packaging, etc. And we have been guaranteed about £9 million in additional funding for next year. But that will come with additional responsibilities, which we need to assess as to how much of that is a gain for the council. We have no idea at the moment. So the latest funding gap, after all of these pressures at the moment, is only 5.6 million, which is quite remarkable given the headwinds that we've been faced with. Anyway, so I'd like to recommend to the council a number of items. One being to acknowledge the ongoing progress that's being made towards maintaining the balanced budgets for 25-26. Secondly, endorse the latest position regarding the developing budget and the MTF position. To approve the continuation of the local council tax support scheme into 25-26. And finally, to request that portfolio holders, corporate directors and budget holders bring forward the necessary savings, efficiencies and additional income proposals to enable the 25-26 budget to be balanced. That is incredibly important that we do balance for 25-26, and it's up to not just the cabinet members but also the directors to work hard to make that happen. So I'd like to propose those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. So I'm going to look to the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny Board to see if there are any recommendations, considering that was scrutinised last night by them.
Thank you, Leader. No recommendations, but the committee did agree with all the recommendations in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm also going to just have a look online and around the room to see if any councillors who are not members of Cabinet would like to come and speak on this. Nope, I'm not seeing any indication. So let's open this up to Cabinet. Any Cabinet members wishing to comment on this report at all?
I bored them into silence.
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. I just wanted to, it was something that Councillor Cox raised, to pay tribute to our staff, because it's really hard, this, and it seems to be relentless and ongoing. And we've just had two major storms, Burton and Darragh, and the staff turned to, and they helped communities and worked really long hours to do that. But it's just a measure of the way in which our staff work. So I didn't want, we're asking a lot of them, and we're also asking them to save money. And as I say, it just feels really relentless. But it's absolutely, unfortunately, where we find ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good point.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. So I think I will take this to a vote at this point. All those in favour, can you please indicate? Thank you. That is unanimous. Right, so moving on to agenda item number 8, which is the housing and property compliance update, brackets the housing revenue account. Councillor Wilson will be presenting this report, but because he is joining us remotely today, he is not going to be able to officially propose it to Cabinet or second it. So we're going to hear from Councillor Wilson and then see if we have a proposer and seconder amongst Cabinet. So Councillor Wilson, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This report provides a performance update and information setting out how we as a council meet our responsibilities in ensuring that all of our council housing within the HRA, the Housing Revenue Account, is managed in a way that meets compliance with current health and safety legislation, best practice and regulatory standards to ensure that we have the health and safety of our residents. It also sets out issues concerning compliance and demonstrates how these are being managed. The report provides details of the annual self-assessment carried out against the Housing Ombudsman's complaint handling code, which for the most part we are compliant. Over the last 12 months, we've seen significant progress made in aligning the approach to compliance, specifically around gas and electricity, electrical safety, which is now driven from a single system within the work undertaken by the council's in-house engineers. And the team have worked incredibly hard to get that online. We've also commissioned the Housing Quality Network, HQN, who will shortly be undertaking an independent inspection of our services in line with the consumer standards, which will help support areas of improvement, but also provide wider reassurance and assurance in areas where we have made enhancements to the service, and we just want to evidence that to assure that we are in a good position. This is something that we're not actually required to do, but something that we really wanted to do, particularly in preparation for any inspection from the social housing regulator. All councils are going to be inspected over the next 4 years, so we want to make sure we're in a good position to get the best possible outcome. And obviously we welcome that inspection, and we welcome the regulatory position and that strengthening of the social housing regulator, because ultimately it provides better outcomes for our residents. So yeah, happy to recommend the report as set out. I think it's a very important report, and yeah, happy to take questions. And I think Simon Percival is online if there's any technical ones. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. So can I see amongst Cabinet, do we have someone to propose that?
I'm happy to propose, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. And is there someone to second this one? Thank you very much, Sandra. Councillor Moore. Right, I'm going to look to members who are not on Cabinet to see if any other councillors would like to speak on this item. I can't see any indication. So let's hear from Cabinet. Anyone wishing to speak on this paper? Nope. And no questions for you, Councillor Wilson. So I think we will go to the vote on this one. So all those in favour of this item, this item's recommendations, can I please see a show of hands? Thank you. That is agreed unanimously. Okay, on to agenda item 9, which is assessing the serious cash flow issue caused by ever increasing demand and cost outstripping high needs dedicated schools grant government funding. So this is going to be proposed by Councillor Cox. Can I see if there is someone to second this one? Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. And I will go over to Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Leader. We're really going for the longest report subject title for the year. The report's fairly clear, and it's a very thorough report. Really details what the problem that we have is and how we got there. It also sets out quite starkly what the options that we have are in paragraph 28. Before I go on to those, I just want to say that only today the local government information unit has reported that there's deficits on this are rising to 8 billion, not million, 8 billion in 27, despite adding an extra 1 billion in funding. These figures are quite eye-watering when you look at them. And they're also suggesting that a third, so 1/3 of councils will have deficits which exceed their reserves in 26. It's completely and utterly unsustainable, and therefore it's an urgent matter for the government, in my opinion, to address. The options which we have set out in paragraph 28 are completely unacceptable, but completely largely illegal, but they are the only options that we have. And those options include not sending cash back to the government on business rates. They include cutting send services, which is not allowed. They include breaching legislative and accounting frameworks, and finally issuing a section 114, which would involve not doing statutory services, which again is not allowed. So all of those options are unacceptable and illegal in part, but those are our only options. This has been communicated to government repeatedly, and we have been at the vanguard of appeals to government and telling government that there is an issue with cash, and I give a huge amount of credit to Adam for that, because he was the first to identify it. A lot of councils up and down the country are looking at us at the moment and seeing what solutions the government are going to give to us. There is a glint of hope in the announcements that the government have made so far, insofar as that they have whispered, I can only describe it as a whisper, that they will sort out problems, sort out councils with this sort of problem. We've given no indication as to what that would be, and so we're very well. I'm particularly hopeful that they will come up with something, but that something has to be done quickly, and it has to be done substantially. So, setting all that aside, I'd just like to recommend to Cabinet that we note the actions that have been taken to date to seek the government's advice, support and guidance on how the council can set a legally balanced budget for 25-26. Secondly, we note the work undertaken by the Children's Services to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of SEND services to manage the demand and the costs. That we agree that the leader should write to the Deputy Prime Minister requesting an urgent meeting and a solution to the cash flow challenge that the Council faces. There was an offer last night at the overview scrutiny that the Leader of the Opposition adds his name to that, and I welcome that. I think the Leader welcomed it as well, and I think also maybe the Leader of the Labour Group as well. But We also agree that the Chief Executive and Directors of Finance should write formally to the Permanent Secretary of MHCLG, drawing her specific attention to the cash flow challenge and potential solutions. And finally, request that officers bring forward the details of which the options listed in section 28 of the report will need to be enacted to ensure that the Council sets a legally balanced budget for 25-26. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. Right, this item did go to Overview and Scrutiny Board, so I'm going to look to the Chair of the Board to come and confirm any recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. As one would expect, this was the item that took the most debate and interest by members, and the most concern expressed by members also. There were no recommendations, but there was an agreement that the recommendations in the paper should be adopted. I think Councillor Cox has stolen my thunder regarding the offer from the Leader of the Opposition. I will say it was a very robust debate, and I think one of the issues that came out was of concern about the potential options that were listed in the paper, which Councillor Cox has always mentioned, that are frankly not acceptable, and even from a legal perspective. But we had some reassurance that we wouldn't be catching the government out in surprise should we do any of this, because we've warned them that these are the options that we're actually considering in our letter to them. We discussed a lot of the detail about, the fact that the SEND system generally seems to be out of control. It has escalated, the problems are escalating exponentially. And, it's not just the issue about the financing, it's actually the controlling of the service itself and what that means for local authorities. But I think that's all I need to say, Leader. There are no recommendations other than the support for the ones that are in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartlett. Right, we now go over to councillors who are not members of Cabinet. So I'm just going to see if any are indicating. Councillor Carr-Brown, please do come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. I just wanted to add, as this obviously touches into the area, well, not touches, it is the area of children's, and as Chair of the Overview and Scrutiny, at our last meeting we had a very full report, both on alternative provision and on the SEND improvement journey that we are currently on as a council, and that was a very positive report. And so obviously when I look at the infamous paragraph 28 and I see, one of the options is cutting the SEND services, I'm sure you will debate the likelihood of any of these options, but I urge you, and obviously we cannot go back on what we have achieved over the last 18-24 months in terms of improving this incredibly, fundamental service to the residents of our towns. And so I think you could say it goes without saying, but I think it needs to be said that we cannot do this. We have to maintain these services. We have to maintain the standards that we've been striving for. And I wanted to make it clear to the committee the importance of that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr-Brown. I've had an indication from Councillor Canavan, so I'll invite Patrick up to speak now.
Thank you, Chair. I think it is important to stress what Councillor Carr-Brown has just said. There is no criticism anywhere. And indeed, there's complete support for the work that officers are doing to try and tackle this really difficult issue. And as Councillor Cox referred to, I read the same article as he did. The national situation is really quite serious. So we are obviously hopeful of everything, fingers and toes crossed, that the government will do something soon to try and rectify this situation. But the point I really wanted to make, and you can write whatever letters you want to the government by all means, and if you think it would be helpful to have the leader of the Conservative group co-signatory, that's your judgment, it wouldn't be mine, but it's obviously your call. I just wanted to stress though that I've seen all of the letters that were in the paperwork, and I've also been privileged enough to have contact with the two Bournemouth members of Parliament and the Poole member of Parliament, and I've seen the correspondence, and I've been made aware of the contacts which they have had with ministers around this issue. So there is a lot going on behind the scenes to make those representations, and I just wanted to reassure Cabinet that it's not just about letters. There are lots of corridor meetings happening to try and ensure that the voice of the BCP is heard. But in terms of the options, and this is the point I really want to make, the options in paragraph 28, well, we have to be honest with ourselves. They're not options at all, are they? Because you can't take them. I thought the language at ONS last night was very measured. Words like unpalatable, and the officers would find it difficult to make those representations. I think that's a polite way of putting it. I think the council wouldn't take that approach. I don't think it could take that approach, and if it tried to take that approach, I think you'd have a fairly hefty kickback, and quite soon, from the government around it. So we need to find another way through this, I just think it's unfortunate that those recommendations are in that report. I mean, I understand why you think you need to air them, but you know perfectly well that you're not going to be able to do any of them, apart from section 114, which the gentleman on my right might want to have a view about as and when he takes. One of the things I thought was interesting in the debate, overview and scrutiny last night was that I think it was an example of Somerset, where they had been put into where they had triggered a certain kind of exceptional funding mechanism, which I think the Chief Financial Officer explained was like a precursor to the possibility of Section 114. And the question was asked as to whether or not that was an additional option that faced, that was available to BCP. And I think, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm misquoting the Chief Financial Officer, I think the answer was let's wait and see, to see what developed in terms of the way in which the government might react to this. But if we are faced with a situation where there doesn't immediately appear to be a solution, then I'm just wondering at what point we do trigger that option. I'm sure I've got the terminology wrong, by the way, but I think you know what I'm referring to. So it's just a cautionary note, but at the same time, politically, I just again reassure you, because I'm the only, apart from Councillor Carr-Brown, the only Labour Party member in the room, that we are doing everything we can behind the scenes to try and bring about a resolution to this. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Canavan. I can't see any other councillors who are not on Cabinet indicating, so I am going to open up the debate to Cabinet. Can I please have indications of those who wish to speak? Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Leader. And I mean, first off, I have this great urge to apologise at this point, but I'm not going to, because I know it's Children's Services which is causing this issue, but I'm not going to apologise because, of course, we're spending money on our young people and we're trying to make a service which is good. We were an improving service in Send, and we're put in one of those positions where we're, the old rock in a hard place situation. We have to do certain things by law, and yet we're not allowed to fund it by law, and this is the result of it. I really appreciate the work that was done last night over in Scrutiny. I thought it was a really interesting discussion, and one thing it is doing, and one task that we are doing, is we're getting this out there. I think the proposals on there, I totally understand why there's proposals there, because it's all very well and good being said, look, be assured that something was going to happen, there's going to be a solution, but we're getting closer and closer to the point that we desperately need that solution, and we need to see some evidence of what that solution is. And I'm also very grateful for the people who last night who were talking through possible solutions, because that's also that's the whole idea of scrutiny, isn't it? Looking for another way forward. And while we're thanking people, I would also like to thank Children's Services officers, because the amount of work that's been done behind the scenes on this to manage an improving service, which it is, and trying to hold the finances back, is a phenomenal amount of work going on there. I again have no solutions to this, but I am just grateful that again we're talking about it. I have also met with a couple of MPs, Bournemouth East and Mid Dorset North Poole, and we have discussed this. Therefore, I am totally aware that it is being discussed, and solutions are being searched for. But I will also say that, repeat what Councillor Cox says, there are a lot of local authorities, especially in the southwest, but over the country, who are looking to us, hoping that the work we're doing here does show a solution, because they are so wanting to follow.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Leader. Just a couple of quick points. I just wanted to echo what Richard had just said about officers and children's services. So my fellow ward councillor, in fact, he and I were at Highcliffe School this morning for an hour talking about SEND with the head teacher, but he's on children's services, and he gives me a really good insight into the work that is being done by officers behind the scenes. So I wanted to add my voice to that. Actually, what I wanted to say was Councillor Cox often refers to the SEND issue as the elephant in the room. I think I'd call it the sword of Damocles, because actually it's dropping nearer and nearer on the top of us. And it does dominate everything. It does dominate, and I find that when I'm dealing with issues, for example, in the ward or whatever, where I'm thinking, why am I dealing with this? Because we've got this great cloud coming over us, and it might all be for nothing. So, talking about representations that are being made, I think we have to have some hope that the Labour government, I know you've been talking about whispers, but we have to hope that they have a big plan, and I hesitate to use the word big plan, given the context of how it's been used here before. But we have to hope that, and I do wonder whether pinning our hopes on the government, any government, but this government as it is now, is a triumph of hope over experience. But we shall see. My final point is. There's a story that's doing the rounds this morning about Rachel Reeves telling government departments they've got to slash their spending, and she's going to take an iron fist to waste. I don't know what she considers to be waste, but so I do worry that that what's happening at a national level and what departments are being told at a national level. Not that I disagree with that, but whether that is going to feed down to local government, and whether we are indeed having a triumph of hope over experience. Or perhaps all the efficiency savings that are getting made in national government will be filtered down to local government, and our problems will be solved. But we will have to wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Any other Cabinet members wishing to speak on this item? I was just going to speak myself on this one, and that's because I was at Overview and Scrutiny last night, and I think what's really positive about this is that there is a collective concern and willingness to help across the entire membership of this council. We don't often see that level of collaboration, but we are all absolutely on board with getting this sorted, because it is such a huge issue for not just the local authority but actually for the wider area. I think it's really important just to mention that this, and it mentions it in the report, that this is a result of basically poor governance several years ago that decided to hold this debt off books, which in any other in business, for example, is illegal, but for some reason in local government and national government, it was allowed. I do just want to give my assurance to Councillor Carr-Brown. Section 28, the infamous paragraph in this report, it does set out what the options are, but you have my assurance that we will not be letting families suffer because of this mistake of national government. However, it is important that we set that out to government so that they understand the position that they have put us in. And of course, our MTFP, as much as it is under pressure, it is balanced. Our budget, we have a balanced budget as a council. We were able to achieve that at our last budget meeting in February. This is about something that sits off that. It's a national issue, but we are going to be setting a precedent with this if we don't get the support that we need in a timely fashion from national government. Lastly, I did just want to briefly thank Adam Richards, who I always remember has been actually raising this issue for years. And it's now coming to crunch time, so it'll be interesting to see where we are with this as things progress. But it's really important that this has been a long time coming, and we've been constantly raising this issue, and now we're at the point where it's going to come to a head. So I'm just going to hand to Councillor Cox to sum up.
Thank you, Leader, and I'm afraid that I was made to shudder twice during that discussion. Once when Councillor Canavan mentioned meetings in corridors. I seem to remember the beach huts, there were meetings in corridors where we were given assurances that a minister said something and obviously didn't. And then, of course, my colleague mentioning the big plan. So I don't want to distract from that, but I also want to reassure Councillor Carr-Brown that I've got the three items on paragraph 28 written down in here, and against 3 of those items I have written no, and there is one where I have not written no, and that is hitting the source of the problem. The source of the problem is the government. And it's the first option which it will hit the government, and in my opinion that is the only, if there is an option on there that we have to follow, it's the first one. So I'd leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Right, we are going to take this to a vote of Cabinet. Can I see all those in favour, please? Thank you very much. That is approved. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is item 10, which is pay and reward progress update. So Councillor Jeff Hanna is going to be presenting this report. Can I see if there is a seconder, please? Councillor Cox.
Am I second? Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. I also just want to let those offline know that Councillor Herritt has left the room because earlier in this meeting he declared an interest, so will not be taking part in this debate or voting on it. Right, over to Councillor Hanna to present the paper.
Thank you, Leader, and with apologies for a slightly lengthy introduction. As the report says, since the creation of BCP Council through the merger of the 4 preceding councils in April 2019, we have been working with the trade unions to negotiate a new pay and reward package which aligns pay and conditions across all colleagues. Our unions have now held ballots on the negotiated offer a 3rd time, and unfortunately GMB members have again rejected our offer. That means that we are back negotiating with both unions. The GMB representatives have been discussing with their members why they voted no, and we're looking at the issues that have emerged to see if we can find ways of resolving them. Meetings between union representatives and our officers are continuing, and I would like to thank both sides for their continuing efforts. Ideally, we achieve agreement. I understand that the unions would need to reballot their members, even if representatives feel happy with what is agreed. If we can achieve a yes vote, we will heave a sigh of relief and a new pay structure can be implemented. The problem is that there are no guarantees, and there are inevitably budget limitations on any further improvements to the offer. The question that this report addresses is how we plan for the situation where another several months go by and we still do not have yes votes from both of our unions. The theoretical possibility of moving to what is known as dismissal and re-engagement has always been there, right from when the process started back in 2019. It is worth remembering that the whole pay and reward process is to resolve that situation where staff doing the same jobs can be receiving different salaries, depending on which council they worked for before this council was created. In negotiating a fair pay structure, the focus has been on minimising the number of staff who would lose salary. That is now estimated to be just 9% of our staff after the period of pay protection that is part of the deal. That focus on those who would lose salary may have distracted attention from the fact that for the past 5 years, other staff have been receiving lower salaries than they would under the offer. I checked yesterday, and as things stand, that is estimated to be 38% of our staff, doing the same job as others, but being paid less than the offer provides. That is virtually 2 out of every 5 members of staff still waiting for a fair pay structure promised 5 long years ago. We had hoped at the start of 2024 that we had achieved a deal that all sides could agree on. Unison voted for it. The GMB voted against. We renegotiated. The unions balloted again, the same result. As requested in September, we sent out letters to staff with their indicative salaries. The unions balloted again, the same result. As I explained, we are now back negotiating. The question for Cabinet is, for how long do we continue this cycle of negotiation, apparent agreement, ballots, and members of one union voting no? As I said, it has long been understood that dismissal and re-engagement is the alternative. It was described yesterday at the Overview and Scrutiny Board as a threat. It is not a threat. It is a promise, not least to those 2 out of every 5 members of our staff who have been waiting since 2019 for an increase in their pay. If negotiations do not succeed, the re-engagement part of the process will enable us to offer individual staff new contracts reflecting the deal negotiated to date. Sadly, not by Christmas, there is too much to be put in place, but by 2026. Re-engagement would also allow the 38% of staff who deserve an increase in salary to receive that increase. For 47% of our staff, virtually half, they would simply transfer onto new contracts with no gain or loss. Those who stand to lose would be offered continuity at the same terms and conditions that their colleagues will have, with salary protection. No one will be dismissed without a new contract and continuity of employment available for them to transfer to. Dismissal and re-engagement has been inaccurately compared to the actions of P&O in 2022, when with no notice they dismissed 800 employees and hired cheaper agency staff. That was rightly condemned. Hard-working employees lost their jobs. There is no parallel here. There is no intention that any of our staff will lose their job. P&O did not dismiss and re-engage. They just sacked their staff. Full stop. And they did it to cut costs, which is another major difference. We are not cutting costs. In fact, we are already setting aside £1.64 million to add to our salary bill to cover the increased costs of pay and reward, because we value our staff and the work they do. That is in our medium-term financial plan already. On timing, we could move through another round of negotiation, and if that is unsuccessful, instead begin moving towards introducing the new pay structure ourselves. There are steps that need to be taken first, and officers have rightly offered the alternative of following both routes simultaneously, so that if negotiations are unsuccessful, we can move more rapidly onto the new contracts without a yet further delay. The projected timescales of the two options are set out in the appendix to the report. I hope that this clarifies where we are. I also hope that with some goodwill on all sides, we can sort out the worst of the issues that GMB members are raising and get amicable agreement without the phrase dismissal and re-engagement ever being heard again. No one wants to go down that route, not least because it takes a lot of work to implement, and there's a cost to that. Meanwhile, 2 out of every 5 of our staff are still waiting for us to keep the promise made to them 5 years ago, which is why the recommendation is to keep that promise with minimum delay. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hannah. So I will in a moment invite members from outside of Cabinet, but I just want to remind everyone in the room that we do have a confidential appendices in Appendix 2, and if anyone on Cabinet or outside wants to discuss that, then we'll have to move into confidential session. So can I invite Councillor Bartlett up as Chair of Overview and Scrutiny Board to present any recommendations from the board on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. I think the introduction from Councillor Hannah there really touched on the majority of the issues that were actually debated at Overview and Scrutiny, which was a fairly thorough debate. And I have to say that the committee sort of was divided, albeit not equally divided in their thoughts on some of those issues. But to start the debate, Councillor Hannah did give an introduction which was reassuring. His attempt was to reassure people that the hire and fire issue was not being used as a lever at all in the negotiation, but it was really just to prepare the ground for the way ahead if it ever came to that situation. The representative of Unison was in attendance, and he gave a statement and made it quite clear that any attempt towards a fire and rehire strategy would be very strenuously resisted by unions. So the members during the debate, there was concern about the implications for morale of staff and also the impact that may have on the delivery of services, even at this point now. There was some suggestion that morale may have been further damaged as a result of the publication of the potential for the fire and rehire, as set out in the options in the paper that's before you. There were queries about the final decision. If the final decision was you had to go to a fire and rehire situation, who would be making that decision? Would it fall to Cabinet or would it fall to full council? And officers did confirm during the meeting that it would go to full council. As I've said, there was also a debate about whether option 2 in the paper was being used as a negotiating tactic, but I think that was firmly rebutted by the portfolio holder, and I think we generally accepted that was and is the situation. Yeah, and I have to be said that some councillors urged that the focus should be on continued negotiation, but with no mention of fire and rehire on the table, because they felt that was something that was not going to happen. They didn't want to even consider it, frankly. And on the other side of the coin, councillors were very mindful of the length of time that staff had been waiting for this to happen, as Councillor Hannah mentioned in his introduction. So yeah, it's fairly. In fact, we did have a proposal initially, or a motion to support option 1 of the proposed flowchart. That was not carried, and an alternative motion was made to recommend that, and this is the recommendation from the ONS board, that the Cabinet approve option 2 of the proposed process flowchart in Appendix 1, and the commencement of collective consultation under Section 188 of the Trade Union Labour Relations Consolidation Act 1992, which is a statutory obligation where an employer is proposing to dismiss 20 or more employees. That was carried by a majority decision, and Councillors Aikenhead and Councillor Kate Salmon asked that their votes be recorded in that motion. That's all. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartlett. So I'm going to open it up to councillors who are not on Cabinet. I can see we've got Councillor Canavan indicating. So over to you, Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Bartlett for his very fair summary of the discussion that took place last night. So the remarks that you've heard from Councillor Hannah today are the same remarks that Overview and Scrutiny heard last night. From my point of view, it's not any more convincing the second time around. More importantly, you don't have to convince me, you have to convince your staff, and you won't. What you have done by taking option 2 is you've lighted a fuse. You have a limited period of time now to put that fuse out, because as the representative from Unison made absolutely clear last night, and as GMB members have made clear to me, the political fallout from this will be catastrophic. And if you don't believe me, well, you just wait and see. And it doesn't really matter whether you believe me or not. I'm just trying to give you my best judgment. But the most important thing is you are I'm not going to get into the detail of the confidential appendix, but you are setting aside a sum of money in order to pay for the implementation of fire and rehire. And the point I've made repeatedly is you could use that money much more effectively to resolve this deal by collective bargaining. And I ask you once again to use this very limited window of time that you've got to ensure that that's what you do. I know those discussions are going on. I'm in regular communication with both the trade unions, so I know what they're looking for. I know what they are trying to achieve. What we are all trying to achieve is a collective agreement with the trade unions. And I know I've been around this block too many times to know that you can't put a time limit on collective bargaining. Sometimes it takes longer than others. If you run out of patience, well, you have to get some more patience, because that's the nature of collective bargaining. And the point I also made last night is that I think it's really, really important, because I'm guilty of it as much as anybody, that you get absorbed by process. And really you need to think about outcomes, because the outcomes matter to the people. They're people. The staff you employ deserve to be treated fairly. Fire and rehire is not fair. This government is going to outlaw it. You are in a situation where you'll be faced with legal challenges. The costs that you set aside for legal fees will just pale into insignificance, frankly, if you go down this route. So irrespective of the views of Overview and Scrutiny last night, and if and when it ever comes to council, I'll be making the same point again. You have an opportunity to step back from this, because it will damage industrial relations within BCP for a long time, and they take a long time to repair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Canavan. Right, so I'm going to see if anyone on Cabinet would like to speak on this issue now. Councillor Burton?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, service industry, like basically we are, staff are the most important. That they provide the service, so that they whether it be good or bad. I'm speaking particularly from my understanding of children's service here, of course. Children's staff are exactly the same. Our children's services depends on attracting and retaining good staff to provide a good service to our young people. I know that this process is interfering with us recruiting, and it's also interfering with us retaining those staff because they're not sure. It's been 5 years now that we've been waiting. You all know that Ofsted are here at the moment. I was interviewed by Ofsted and the first week. Ofsted talked to me. I was only for half an hour, over 5 minutes at that time. We were talking about this. You know, this is actually could affect the judgment of Ofsted on our local authority for our children's services, because they know that keeping the right staff in place is the most important. It should have been done 2-3 years ago. I totally understand that we want everybody to have the right terms and conditions. I have to focus on my area, and I would just like to see this done, because that will help us move forward and provide a better service.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Councillor Cox?
Thank you, Leader. I echo a lot of the comments actually from Councillor Burton about this issue, and I just remind Cabinet actually that this issue has been dragging on for 5 or 6 years already. It was a priority of the Unity Alliance administration. It was put on the back burner by the Conservatives for 3 years, and it is a priority for the Three Towns Alliance. Nobody can have done any more to move this issue forward than this current administration. The fact that there have been 3 ballots so far, 3 ballots, is showing that we've gone further than any other council in the country. But on each of those ballots, where we have agreed with the unions of what to do, none of the unions have recommended to their members, despite the fact that they reckoned it was the best deal possible. They would not recommend it. And frankly, I find that incredibly disappointing. And when I say that, I can hear my father's voice in my head. That kind of disappointing. But this is not really nearly as disappointing as one of those unions, backed by their MP, stirring up falsehoods for cheap political gains. That's just not the way to do business. It's not the way to do negotiations as far as I'm concerned. It's just not acceptable. This saga has to stop. The council has bent over backwards, as I said, to accommodate a small minority, and this is just a few hundred people, whereas there's, I think, by my calculations, according to Councillor Hannah, 38% represents about nearly 2,000 members of staff who are waiting for pay increases. And yet a few hundred people are preventing them from having that increase. The vast majority of our staff must come first over a small minority, and therefore, as far as I'm concerned, all options must remain on the table. I think it was last night at Overview and Scrutiny where they were talking about the excellent success of the homeless situation, where the one little niggle was that was talking about the process, and maybe we haven't quite got the process right because there was too many voids. Well, this is about process. This is making sure that we're getting all our ducks in a row, should the worst come to the worst. Everybody, as far as I'm concerned, are working tirelessly to make this thing happen. We don't need threats from unions. We don't need threats from anybody about what we want. But what we do want is the best for the staff, because as Councillor Burton very eloquently said, they are the most important asset this council has. And so, as far as I'm concerned, option 2 is the only possibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. I'm just going to see if any other Cabinet members wish to speak on this. I'm not seeing any indication, but just to speak myself, I was at the debate yesterday from Overview and Scrutiny, and I think it's important to recognise we do have a recommendation from them as well to progress with option 2, and I think it was useful to hear that debate. It was very good that the Unison rep was there to give their view as well. I think it's important that we keep this as keep within the negotiating space really, and make sure that we are still willing to work together to try and find a solution before we have to come to full council to look at this in a wider context. So I'm just going to pass back to Councillor Hannah to sum up, and then we will go to a vote.
Thank you, Leader. A few comments from myself. First of all, to thank colleague councillors for their comments, and Councillor Canavan in particular. And I've got absolutely no doubt that Councillor Canavan's concerns are genuine concerns. But there are two things that he mentioned that I would pick up on. One is his suggestion that what we're proposing is not fair. And I'm not quite sure what is unfair about keeping a promise to staff to provide a fair pay structure as soon as we possibly can. What I am clear on is what is totally not fair is to keep 2 out of 5 staff, and as Councillor Cox says, roughly 2,000 of our employees waiting 5 years for fair pay. That is not fair. The other point that Councillor Canavan suggested was that where we have acknowledged that if we were to have to move to dismissal and re-engagement, there is a cost to that, and the actual cost of that is suggested in the confidential papers. Our Unison representative suggested yesterday at Overview and Scrutiny his guesstimate that it might be of the order of 1 million. I'm not going to say if that is right or wrong, but the point that I would make is we are already committing 1.64 million in order to increase the overall salary bill to allow for the improvements that are being made in our offer for fair pay. But in addition to that, if it were to be 1 million, that is a one-off cost. An increase in our offer to staff would not be a one-off cost, it would be every year. So if you project forward for the next 10 years, that 1 million would provide only 100,000 per year in terms of extra contribution to resolving the issue. Now, I'm not going to say at what level we might be willing to increase as the negotiations that are taking place continue. But what I am going to say is there is a point where we might well be able to increase, although there are the financial pressures on the council. But it's not quite as simple as saying, could we please have another 1 million a year? That's not affordable, and it's not the way the finances balance out. Can I add to that? I've already said that what we're proposing is actually fair to our staff, but for those who are concerned, two things. One, there is the safeguard that we will not move to dismissal and re-engagement without this coming back to Cabinet for full discussion, full representation from all those who wish to make their views known, and The advice from the monitoring officer yesterday was clearly that it would also need to come to full council for decision. So there is a very clear safeguard there. We are not deciding today to move to dismissal and re-engagement. We are simply putting preparatory steps in place while negotiations continue. And the second thing is we are very clearly committed to negotiating. We are open to negotiating. I've already expressed gratitude to our officers and to the union representatives for the discussions that are still taking place, and I very much hope that they will come to fruition, because that will get our staff a fair pay structure even sooner. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hannah, for summing up that report. So we are going to move to a vote on this one now. Can I see all those in favour, please, of the recommendation in the paper? Thank you. That is unanimous.
Councillor Brown was not in the whole meeting, so he's abstained.
I should welcome Councillor Brown into the meeting and just explain that the reason he didn't vote on that was because he wasn't here for the whole of the item. But you're here now. Right, so agenda item number 11 is the BCP plan for play. Councillor Sandra Moore will be presenting this paper. Is there a cabinet member to second that one, please?
Yes, happy to second. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Moore, over to you.
Thank you, Leader. Well, I'm delighted to present this paper because as councillors, we all have play parks in our wards, and we're all aware some are in decline, have defect repairs and need investment. But we all know play is important for our children's physical and mental well-being. So things need to change and improve. And here we have a 5-year strategy which lays out a vision for what future play provision should look like. It identifies the most urgent need and provides a programme for investment to replace the worn-out equipment, repair the defects and dramatically improve provision right across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Now, given this council's difficult financial situation, funding is a challenge. So we propose of 3.9 million, primarily from strategic SIL, as set out in the recommendations. And if approved, Phase 1 is planned to start in spring 2025 and will focus on priority areas, especially areas of deprivation and where it will have the greatest impact. Phase 1, I'm really pleased to say, will include the much needed repairs to faulty play equipment across 120 play spaces. That's a really big number to say, to keep them in use or bring them back into use. There are also plans to install 1 new play park, replace the old equipment in 7 play parks with new, and to refurbish another 10 play parks. So the lack of finance, though, does mean we need to reduce the number of sites, the ones which offer a poorer quality of play, but by doing so, we can then provide something better by improving the quality and usability of other sites nearby. Clearly, lots of public consultation will be essential, and this will commence in April 2025 and involve residents and children who must all have a say in helping create new, high-quality and sustainable play parks. Consultation is also needed to shape decisions on the phased delivery of the further improvements needed after Phase 1. So consultation is clearly very, very important. So in short, we have here a very, very welcome good news story. This is a huge opportunity for the most significant investment in play in over 10 years. I ask Cabinet to approve the recommendations as stated in your papers, with particular reference to item E, that both C and D, it says, both C and D are subject to receiving the subsequent endorsement of the Director of Finance based on the availability of the necessary cash. And this paper will also need to go to Council for approval tonight. But before I finish, can I just thank the officers who have worked very hard preparing this plan. All 171 play spaces across BCP have been visited. 1,175 individual pieces of play equipment have been examined, plus lots of consultation carried out. We now have a robust evidence base, as can be seen in Appendix 8. That's 2 years' work and is in addition to the weekly routine safety checks of all play parks across BCP. And I think this work deserves our acknowledgement and thanks. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. So I just want to see if there are any councillors who are not on Cabinet who wish to speak on this paper. Councillor Rigby. Oh, and Steve.
Hi, thanks, Leader. Yeah, just really quickly to just come in and say a few things about this. As Chair of the Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee, we've had this, followed this play strategy process for probably the last 2 years since it first came to us, and reviewed it on several occasions, had several presentations, and really appreciate the work that's gone into it and the involvement that Environment and Place have had in this development and testing it. Now, we didn't see the full paper before it's come to Cabinet, but we did have a briefing on it, and what we saw got a very positive reception from the members of the committee, and we're excited to be able to see this come to fruition. One of the things which we were focused on was the quality of the consultation when this actually goes out, and making sure that the plan that's being developed looks like is actually what the residents want to see, and the fact that this may be different for different areas across the 3 towns as well, and that responses which are localised should be taken into account, as well as the whole response to the consultation, to make sure the parks, as they change across the conurbation, are suitable for where they're needed. I know through this there's going to be number of councillors and everyone's going to be standing up and fighting for their ward and what their ward's going to be seeing. I know that's going to be a really, really difficult process to look at. But I think, again, it's about the consultation and listening and seeing where this money, which I hope you're going to make available to follow this through, is spent in the best possible way to get the best outcome which we can, which benefits the most amount of people as quickly as possible. And on a personal level, I'm really looking forward to you hopefully approving this and seeing the work get started as quickly as possible. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rigby. Right, I'm going to invite Councillor Steve Bartlett up, and then I have Councillor Salmon. Any other councillors wishing to speak? Nope. Over to you, Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Leader. As with Councillor Rigby, I also support this programme, and it's really good news. But I'd like to draw your attention to paragraph 13 of the report, which says the plan for play is an exciting opportunity to make significant investment in much needed and high profile public facilities. These are highly valued by the community, and in many locations are visitors. They make a tangible difference to local pride in place, people's health and well-being, and fundamentally children's growth and development. I mean, you couldn't argue against that at all, could you, anybody? But there's a bit missing, isn't there? And that is the paddling pools, because it's a fundamental part of the play park infrastructure. And there's not a single word in here about those very valued facilities. And I can tell you that the one in my ward, in Veteran Lawful, we now have a petition with just approaching 5,000 signatures on a petition to keep the pool. And yet, you know, it's not even mentioned in here. I don't appall cold water on this, because, you know, there's a lot of really great stuff here, but I'm really disappointed that with such huge public support for the paddling pools, there's not even a mention of it in here, which I'm very concerned is a hidden message, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Salmon.
Hello, thank you, Leader. So yes, I just wanted to start by saying, that, as has already been said, how welcome this is, and the plans are amazing, and it's wonderful to see so much investment coming forward. But as my colleague, Councillor Rigby mentioned, of course, there are going to be areas where people haven't got quite maybe as quick as much as they wanted in terms of like the timescales of when things are going to happen. And I'm following discussions with officers. I understand that it might be possible to accelerate the time frame within which some play areas are refurbished if additional or match funding towards the cost of individual projects can be found. Moordown Ward, which I represent, has a fairly healthy balance in its neighbourhood still account, and as ward councillors, Joe and I are confident that refurbishment of Moordown Recreation Ground is a key local priority that residents support. This has been the case since long before we were elected in 2023. However, we have had no opportunity to apply for neighbourhood SIL funds since July 2023, when we were brand new councillors, still finding our feet. Please could, and I think this is probably addressed to the leader, but the relevant portfolio holder, tell us when the next neighbourhood SIL application round will open, so that now that we have this plan for play on the table, we might progress. There's a realistic proposition of progressing that really important work in Moordown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salmon. I will address that during the debate. Can I just see if any other councillors from outside of Cabinet want to speak? Nope, I've got no indications. So I think we will open this up to Cabinet. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, as Councillor Moore highlighted, this is really good in terms of our play structure. We have to pay tribute to the previous Labour government 10 years ago who did the play builder process, and there was a choice made then that most of the structures that went in were wooden, and sadly a lot of them have reached end of life, and therefore because of our revenue freeze we haven't been able to repair, and we've just instead had to, for safety reasons, take stuff out. And I've had that in my own ward, and I know because they come to me about it, many other councillors have found the same. So a key bit of phase one is to do that maintenance, to keep facilities open, and where possible to bring back new facilities in their place, but not wooden. Although I love wood, it's clearly not generally, certainly not in contact with the ground. There is an exception to that, certainly up in Broadstone, and it was funded by the local neighbourhood plan process, the neighbourhood forum process, a very good play park, which is wood, but it becomes metal before it hits the ground. So that, they have thought forwards in terms of longer life, and we've learned the lessons from that. And I think that's really key. Councillor Bartlett raised the paddling pools. We've worked really hard to try and find forward solutions for those. They were a saving made by the previous administration, but implementation deferred to our time. We have managed to, because there is a town council in Christchurch, and they've taken that on. But in Hamworthy and in Red Hill, we have been working to try and do that. If 5,000 people make a petition, if they were prepared to actually help to fund the ongoing support, they are really expensive facilities to run. They have to be tested 3 times a day. It isn't part of this strategy because it is an existing facility that we are trying to find solutions for. But I think that's key to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Burton?
Yes, thank you, Lisa. I mean, I do like a plan. And this is a plan, and it's a good news plan. We all, when we talk about play facilities, we all tend to go into our ward, don't we? Because that's what we know. But actually, our residents don't actually go into the ward. They go actually into individual playgrounds. My ward is quite spread over, and I get residents telling me how unfair it is that the playground over there in another part of the ward has had some work done on it, and their playground hasn't. This plan actually looks at the play facilities across the whole BCP, and is a nice measured approach, and looks at where the best money to be spent, the best place to spend the money. And I mean, children don't stay children for long. and have playgrounds. We need to move on with this and actually get them done. Otherwise, a whole generation miss that ability to actually be able to play in decent play facilities. I have conversations again with small groups of residents, and what's happening at the moment is that play facilities are being improved where you've got a group of residents, a small group of residents who are willing to fight for it. And those areas where you haven't got that, the play equipment isn't being improved or just been taken away because we can't afford to replace it. So this plan, I think, is great. It doesn't stop some of those things still happening when a resident group can actually say, look, we can raise some funds here to actually spend a bit more in our local area, but at least this is a nice, fair way of looking at play over the whole of BCP. So I really, really support this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to also echo my support for this item. I think it's something that's, to be honest, long overdue and really, really good to see forthcoming. In my ward, personally, I'm really, really pleased to see the replacement of noise gardens. It's something that my residents have been coming to me for since I've been a councillor, really, about, but really it's escalated in the last year or so with, you know, parents coming with printouts of equipment, different things, trying to also start their own fundraising. And I'm not going to discourage that going forward because it can only help and improve potentially what we have there. But this is, yeah, a really, really good news story, I think. And I've never seen this level of investment into play parks. So I think we should be commended. And just yeah, really a big thanks to the team. I know the amount of effort that has gone into producing this. So whilst there is a slight loss of some provision in my ward overall, I think it's a really, really good paper. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Herritz.
Thank you, Leader. It's obviously great to see this coming forward, and I too saw the progression from the Environment and Place Committee, where I was when we saw this kind of over a year ago now, and at risk of becoming another echoer, which I'm not a fan of. This is long overdue, and it is a shame that we don't have the revenue position as we've been able to do this in a different way over a longer period, but it's a great use of strategic sell. Improving the Slades Farm play space was a cornerstone of one of my ward colleagues' campaigns, and although it's not, unfortunately, not at the front of the queue, having a plan that will see investment in it is really kind of longed for by the community. I think it's important to note that I've also heard from the team that despite all of that hard work, which is amazing so far, they view this as a bit of a starting position because they're going to be going with further consultation and engagement, meaning that it's not a totally kind of finalised outline, and they will continue to engage with communities and ward councillors. Just to address the paddling pool, which is just outside my ward, I'm more than happy to work with the petitioners, colleagues in Redhill and Moordown, who also enable that to try and find a community solution there. I don't view this as a final kind of position, but I understand the kind of decisions made already. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Herritt. I'm going to go to Councillor Hannah and then to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Leader. When I was invited to stand for council for Southbourne West Ward, I thought I ought to get to know the whole ward and visited some of the parts of it that I didn't know, and came across Beaufort Play Park. Having had quite some experience as a councillor in London before moving to the Bournemouth area, and having visited quite a few play parks there, I've got to say I had never seen a worse maintained play park, with dilapidated play equipment, safety surfaces deteriorating, grass growing in the cracks around the equipment, a basketball court whose fencing was rotten and falling apart, 1/4 of it covered with mud. It was absolutely dire, and yet it's right beside a housing estate which, even though thoughts of Southbourne suggest to some people relative affluence, the Beaufort housing estate is not relatively affluent. The housing is relatively compact. The gardens might be described as postage stamp sized, and there's a little opportunity for the children in that estate to play where they live. And having a play park that is so dilapidated, supposedly meeting their needs, was to me a disgrace. So even before being elected, I contacted the officer responsible for this report, Martin Whitchurch, expressed my concern and asked what we could do. And in the nicest possible way, he put to me that Beaufort Play Park was not the only play park in the conurbation that needed improvement. My impression, wrongly, was that he was fobbing me off. And I'd like to take this opportunity to formally apologise to him if that impression was conveyed through any of my emails to him. I am extremely impressed with the report that he and his officers have provided, and acknowledge the substantial work involved in visiting all of our play facilities and examining every item of equipment, and then putting it all together as a programme for improvement and asking us rightly to commit the substantial amount of money that we are now looking at. And I think he's done a superb job along with his officers. I was excited to see this report come to fruition. Play is essential for children. It's essential for their physical development through the exercise that they get. It builds confidence. Play with others helps them to make friends, to learn to socialise, to share things and to cooperate with others. So it is critical for their development. This is really exciting. This is a really good news story. So my thanks to officers, and I will be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Leah. Very, very briefly. Obviously, other colleagues here have talked about their own wards, and of course, I never do that. But on this occasion, I will. I want to assure any residents of Highcliffe and Warkford, if they're listening in, or just make the point that the parish council in Highcliffe has its own plan for play, which is a significant investment that we are building into our budgets on the basis that we are taking over or taking on from BCP the play parks. I think that's really something really important, and maybe along with Christchurch, a model for the future, particularly with our governance review coming up. I know that many people think, and Councillor Hadley knows Highcliffe very well, that it used to be called God's waiting room, but I do like to assure people that we have a very, very vibrant community of young children and families, and two incredibly brilliant local schools. So we have a huge amount of young people in the ward, and our play areas are really important. I'd like to thank the officers, actually, particularly Martin, with this report, but also for the commitment from BCP to give us to replace all the broken equipment currently at the Highcliffe Recreation Ground before it is handed over to us. So I'm really grateful for that investment. So which just kind of leads me to my main point, which is a little bit of a nudge to the Chief Executive. We haven't had the recreation ground transferred yet, as far as I know, unless I've missed the memo. The recreation ground plus the play area. So if we could have that done quickly, or as soon as possible, that would be great. Thank you. We've only been waiting 5 years, but you know it'll be worth the wait. Thank you. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, like all other colleagues, you know, we always think about our local sort of wards. Just a bit of context to pick up on what Councillor Hadley said. Actually, you know, there's a few of us who have been around long enough to remember the play builder investment from the then Labour government between about 2008, 2009, 2010, and it was really welcome to get national government funding for play equipment in our communities. But even then, there was a global financial crisis at the time, and austerity was starting to come in. And I remember those play areas that got Play Builder 1 funding and had been done. Bearwood in my community had Play Builder 2 funding, and that was nearly taken away from us. And it was a real battle actually for a lot of ward councillors at the time to secure that Play Builder funding and make sure we got that investment. And I see, I live within a stone's throw of the play area in Bearwood, and I see it on a daily basis. And it really has been transformative, and it's really well used, and I'm sure that in all our communities the play areas are really well used. And I often see the play area inspector actually on his visits to check the equipment. But inevitably, you know, we are 15 years later, and not surprisingly, some of the equipment's failing and is needed replacing, or odd bits have been removed as well. So we really do need this investment for our next generation of children and young people. And it's a completely unprecedented level of investment in the repair, refurbishment and replacement of our play equipment. With my health and wellbeing hat on, it actually, from the health and wellbeing and public health perspective, it also supports a lot of our longer term public health ambitions in terms of children's health as well. So it's really important from that perspective as well. I'd really like to thank, as other colleagues have, thank the team for their work on this. I think it does show the best of BCP Council when the team has basically translated our political vision and ambitions that we've defined in our corporate strategy, and they've translated that into a strategy, and with the funding to deliver it, to deliver on those ambitions and make a real visible change to the lives of families in our community. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. I was just going to briefly add to that, just to respond to Councillor Salmon on community infrastructure levy, which is and the neighbourhood portion specifically of that. As I might have explained over email, there has obviously been a lot of strategic planning resource going into the local plan examination, and it's frustrating that has delayed another round of neighbourhood SIL opening up. However, I've been speaking to our planning colleagues recently, and it will be opening again in the new year. I think there is a opportunity to start talking to your own community, and every councillor to talk to their community about potential bids going into that. But I just wanted to give you some reassurance that I'm looking at very early next year for that to be announced. The other area of this I wanted to comment on was really just the level of detail and level of evidence that is presented in the Plan for Play strategy and the overall report, really. This is absolutely incredible, the amount that is in this report. I was particularly heartened by some of the examples of play equipment elsewhere, and not just elsewhere in the country, but also across the conurbation, and that there are some really, really good play parks already in place, and this is more around upgrading those which aren't in that category just yet. But we do have some fantastic places. And also just to emphasise that the evidence base really looks at that emphasis around access and so that play equipment is suitable for all ages, all abilities. There is something for all children and even maybe for adults to enjoy about the play spaces that we provide. And that really comes out in the report, which is something we wanted to focus on because we do have a really diverse population out there. It's important that all children get the opportunity to play. And just on that note, just to thank Martin, Rebecca and the Parks team for their work putting together something so comprehensive. So I'll pass back to Councillor Moore to sum up, and then we'll go to a vote.
Yes, thank you, Leader. The paddling pools were out of scope, I'm afraid, and that was made clear to me right at the very start. But thank to all members for their support for this. There's been, as we heard, very little investment since Play Builder, except through the use of SIL. and thank you, Leader, for saying that we're going to have a new SIL announcement very shortly, and I'm sure officers will help with this. I know that this has happened in my ward because 2009 was a long time ago and one play park got missed out, and I used community SIL to improve it, and the officers worked with me and were really, really helpful over the whole thing. And yes, there was lots of consultation, and consultation is incredibly important. You don't just need, though, to talk to residents, but you very much need to talk to the children who use the play parks, because none of us here are qualified to say what equipment a 6-year-old wants in their play park. I also understand the building of wooden play equipment has improved since 2008-9, and yes, we have got a wooden slide installed in one of the play parks at Camper's Heath, but it has got metal legs, so hopefully it will last. It's a good long time. Yes, our financial situation is tricky, so we do have to be very, very careful. But as we heard earlier, play is very important for our children's physical and mental well-being. So we will be looking for more opportunities to finance further phases of the work to improve our play parks. But for now, phase 1, we have a very welcome good news story. And if approved, it means we were going to have the most significant investment in play in over 10 years. So please support this recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. So Cabinet is going to be voting on the strategy being formally adopted and for the consultation to start. We will also be voting to recommend to Council those large capital allocations, and they will be on the agenda for this evening. So all in one day to approve such a large amount of money, it feels very productive. So can I please take a vote from Cabinet? All those in favour of those recommendations? Thank you. That is unanimous. Right, so we have been here for over 2¼ hours now. I'm going to suggest that we take a 15-minute break and that we come back at about 20 to 1 to finish this Cabinet meeting. Thank you. Welcome back to this December meeting of Cabinet. We've just taken a short break, but we are going to jump right back into the agenda where we left off. So we are now on agenda item 12, which is BCP Council Libraries and an update on the library strategy development. Councillor Martin is going to be proposing this. Can I ask if there is a seconder for this paper? Thank you, Councillor Moore, for seconding. Right, over to Councillor Martin to present.
Thank you, Leader. In some ways, this report actually follows on quite nicely from the previous item, Plan for Play, for reasons that will be obvious, I'm sure. So I'm very pleased to be able to present this report, which is the next important stage in the development of the library strategy, BCP's first library strategy, and obviously in the 5 years that BCP's has been in existence, there have been many challenges and lots of changes in the council and of course in the wider world. And the reason I mention that is that those challenges, economic and social, and we continue to face those. And in my view, our libraries have played an absolutely vital role, central role in facing those challenges on behalf of our communities and with our communities. So firstly, I'd like to thank Linda Anderson, our Head of Customer and Libraries, for the work she's put in getting this report together, following the excellent consultation. Great detailed analysis, and the report is I think a really good one. And also my grateful thanks to Lisa Stutchbury and her team for the consultation, which again was great. This was considered by Scrutiny last night, and I am pleased to say that there was a warm welcome for it and for the contents of the report. While I'm on the subject of thanks, I'd like to say thank you to colleagues from all political groups for engaging with me in the last few months, sometimes in person, sometimes through phone conversations, and sometimes through written submissions, because I think it's really important to get a big picture on what we think in the council, what the council thinks as a whole about our libraries. And I made this pun last night. It wasn't very funny then, but I'll make it again today. I think we are all pretty much on the same page, and I think the submissions of the political groups are attached as an appendix to the report. So I do think there is a real consensus around how important our libraries are to our local communities and how much of a vital role they must continue to play. So a little bit of context, if I may. Public libraries, as we all know, have been under huge strain in recent years as local authorities have seen their funding increasingly squeezed. An independent review of libraries in England, conducted by Baroness Sanderson and published in January 2024 under the previous government, found a, quote, lack of recognition across government and a lack of awareness among the general public of what libraries have to offer. And I hope our debate and discussion about our libraries, which has been going on for a while and will continue, will hopefully address that certainly in the BCP area. So as far as the report is concerned, just a few key points, and I'm sure all members of Cabinet have read the report and obviously had a full briefing from Linda about the contents and the analysis some weeks ago. So everybody should be fairly familiar with that. The report tells us who uses our libraries, how they are used, why they visit, and what they think of our service. Satisfaction is high with the service, but our residents also give us some insights as to how we might improve and develop it. Alongside the consultation and analysis of outcomes, a needs analysis has been produced to cover the BCP area, and this will enable us to undertake robust decision making around options as we progress thinking around the future library model, and will inform the equality impacts assessments. The next step is to pull in the data around our library buildings using feedback from the consultation and the information we hold to present options around how we might model the service in the future. So there's still a great deal of work to be done, and the intention is, as it says in the reports, in the recommendations, is to return to Cabinet by the end of May 2025 with potential options which will be built around on a site-by-site basis. And Obviously after that, because this is about the library service, the statutory service, the DCMS will require us to have further consultations on those options once they're drafted up. So to sum up, this is not in the report, but this is just my personal view. To sum up, our libraries are places and spaces of warmth, of welcome, of safety, of learning, of culture, of health and well-being, of study, of community growth and development, of advice, help and information, of friendship, of creative health, and of mental health. I could of course go on. I'm sure we could add to that list all afternoon. So from here we go to a strategy that meets the needs of our communities, and that is what this strategy is about. It isn't about anything else other than meeting the needs of our communities and recognising that libraries are both in the front line and the last line of defence in our community services. So we must develop a strategy to transform libraries into cultural and skills hubs and engines of growth, and I mean growth in every sense of the word, at the heart of our local communities. The public consultation and the contributions from political colleagues across the council gives us a very good start on that, and I would ask Cabinet to approve the recommendations as set out in A, B and C. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. And as you were speaking there, I realised that I should declare an interest in that it is a non-pecuniary interest, but I am the chair of the management board of the Branksome and Rossmore community fridges, which are based in Branksome and Rossmore Library. So just to put that on record. Right, we are going to go to Councillor Bartlett to see if there are any recommendations from Overview and Scrutiny Board where this was considered. So, Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Leader. Firstly, there was praise for the comprehensive nature of the report from officers. The amount of data in there was incredible. It's very interesting. It's quite an eye-opener for many people. So congratulations to the officers for a thoroughly good report. Just to give you a flavour of the discussion last night, there was some debate about the offer available in libraries, and it covered things like perhaps catering and all those sorts of things, and the use of rooms, whether they could be hired out, how Friends of Libraries associations, that some are already in existence, could be utilised maybe to help fundraising, and that, I know that work's already in place, but this is what the debate was about. There was a degree of nervousness expressed about the paper, in that the timescales for next year and its relationship maybe with the forthcoming budget arrangements, and whether there was anything that was, there are any warning signs within the paper that we might expect some bad news, or I think this is why the nervousness was there. And this related, of course, to also the development of libraries as community hubs and the work that's going on with that. There's also comment in the report about the focus on the new council's operating model, and how that focuses on the provision of digital services, and how that could be balanced against the general understanding that that libraries are essentially a community centre as much as they are providing books. It's very, it's used for so many different things, and that seems to be something that couldn't be catered for by the provision of a digital service, although some parts of it could be. So notwithstanding that nervousness, I did get some reassurance as well from the debate, and that was that Councillor Martin did sort of reaffirm his ambition about keeping the libraries open in their current numbers, although not necessarily in the same places. He did caveat that, but I understand it's an ambition, and let's hope that your ambition can be realised, which was the overriding view of the board. And the recommendation was that they would agree to recommend that to support the recommendations as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartlett. I'm just going to see if there are any council members who are not on Cabinet who wish to speak. Councillor Carr-Brown, is that an indication? Please do come on up.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Martin has said already some of the things I wanted to say, and so has Councillor Bartlett. I did want to commend the piece of work that we have in front of us. I think it's an excellent report. It's a shame in a way it's not the strategy itself, because then I think the timelines would be better aligned with the work that we're doing on hubs and also the budget that is coming, and I think that there is some jeopardy there. However, what we have is some great evidence for the decision making that is ahead of us. And we also have evidence of consultation, good consultation, which gives us a clear indication of what local people want and how they currently see their libraries. And I think that what Councillor Bartlett just said, these libraries are spaces, the buildings themselves are beacons for people. They create an environment which allows for the work that goes on inside them, i.e. the learning, the meeting, the developing, the community feel. All of that cannot be replicated exactly, or indeed perhaps, in part, by a digital transformation or a hub. Now, the hub idea obviously is important and we need that, but we also, I think it was important to note from the consultation that I think the vision of hubs that our residents currently have is actually different from how the council is seeing them. Now, that may be a lack of familiarity with the concept, but I think it's worth noting that, and I think it's worth hearing that loud and clear in terms of how we move forward. So, because people do really value that community feel, and these buildings and the services that they offer are part of the fabric of our towns, and they are symptomatic actually, emblematic I should say, of who we are and the places that we have built in the past and how we want them to function in the future. So I'll leave it there. I agree that libraries are not just about borrowing books. I do completely accept that, but I think that we need to have a very, very clear idea and remember it centrally in our decision making about what people want from their libraries and where they want them and how they want that accessibility to look and feel in the future, because that last line of defence, we don't want that to become the front line, as it were. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr-Brown. Are there any other councillors who are not on Cabinet wishing to speak? I can't see any indication. Right, so we will open this up to Cabinet. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Well, I think this is another excellent report, and again, it's got lots of useful data and analysis, and I'd like to pass on my thanks to the officers involved. The report makes it clear that all councillors value their library service and are happy to support their libraries. I'm going to be personal here. I'm one of the founder members of the Friends of Camford Heath Library, so I certainly do both. And I was at Scrutiny last night, so I heard what my colleagues said, and I confirm I would be very happy to help others set up a friends group. I agree that libraries are about so much more than borrowing books. They're often at the very heart of our communities. So I think that all members would like to see further investment in the library service, but they all appreciate that this is tricky given our financial situation. And I acknowledge the need to explore ideas gathered during the consultation, and I very much hope they come up with a good strategy for the future. So I'm happy to second this paper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Any other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Hadley?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I absolutely welcome this. I think libraries are a really key facility for the community. But I do think that there is value in the digital service, and if you look at the detail in the report, it does highlight that actually during COVID, but since COVID, there's been an increase in the use of things like e-books and things delivered digitally. And I think also when you look at the facility, the table with the facilities, there are some things like the heritage, which is only at Bournemouth Library. And unlocking that for people across the whole conurbation, and also access, because people working different shifts and things, people are being able to access in their own time rather than at times when we can make the physical libraries open is important. The other significant gap for me, and I appreciate, we will struggle to keep all our libraries open, and I think Councillor Martin's working really hard on that, but Merley and Bearwood seems to be an area that is completely left out on library service, and given the large new community there'll be a lot of young families, and I think it's actually, when I sat in the library and listened to young kids opening up the world of learning through reading books and picking their own books, I think that's a really important facility. So how we make sure we're serving all our communities, I think, is a really important area within that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Any other councillors wishing to speak? Nope. So I am going to pass back to Andy to sum up briefly, and then we'll go to a vote.
Yes, thank you. All I really want to say is I'd like to thank colleagues for their support on this and for the recognition of the work that's gone into the report by Linda and her team and Lisa. I think I made this point last night that obviously I'm very passionate about this, and I said last night that I had visited 19 out of our 24 libraries, either to have meetings, and I think the first one I went to was Canford Heath, to see the great work that's being done there by the library staff and by the friends, and I've also been to others as a sort of, again, as I said last night, a mystery shopper, and also to work from some of our libraries with my BCP laptop. I think I'm also really grateful for what appears to be a very strong political consensus within the council about, as I said at the beginning, the value of our libraries, what they mean to our communities, and what more we can do with them, and the libraries can do for our communities. So thank you for your support, and look forward to coming back with the strategy in about 4 or 5 months' time. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. So can I take this to a vote? Can all those in favour please indicate? Right, that is unanimous. Thank you. So we're going to skip over agenda item 13, which we moved up to the first part of the agenda, if you can recall. And we are now going to go on to agenda item 14, which is Hawkwood Road Phase 2. So Councillor Wilson will be presenting this, but because he's remote today, he isn't able to propose and second. So we'll hear from Councillor Wilson, and then we'll find a proposer and a seconder for the report. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. This report sets out the redevelopment opportunity at Hawkwood Road, which is a priority project for the Boscombe Towns Fund. We recently brought forward a paper for the community centre part of the scheme. This report covers the residential part. The report outlines 2 options for the delivery, either a mixed-use site of residential home and a clinical facility in collaboration with the NHS, subject to a contract, option 1, and that's our preferred option. We're going to do everything we can to bring that forward, or a 100% residential scheme, option 2. And as I've said, the report confirms we will use our best endeavours to pursue option 1, a mixed-use project. However, it seeks the authority to retain the flexibility to deliver 100% residential if anything were to happen that we weren't able to bring forward option 1. The financial viability is dependent on Homes England grant for the delivery of 100% affordable homes and sufficient headroom in the housing revenue account. Hawkwood Road obviously is a really significant site for Boscombe and for the conurbation. It delivers significant social and physical regeneration to the ward, and obviously it's something that's going to bring forward much needed social housing. So it's something that I'm really happy to recommend, and look forward to seeing it come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. So can I see if there is a proposer for this paper? Councillor Brown, thank you, and I'm very happy to second that one. Right, we're going to open it up to people outside of Cabinet first, as this didn't go to scrutiny. So, Councillor Canavan, I can see you're indicating. If you could come up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. I'm only really here to compete with Councillor Martin, because as often as he mentions Highcliffe and Watford, I want to mention Boscombe, if that's all right. And an appeal really to forget option 2. It's not going to fly. I really would urge you to put everything you have behind securing option 1. That, you know, lots of people, and the Chief Executive knows who they are, have put a lot of work into trying to make this work, trying to get that in place, and it is crucial, I think, for the development of Boscombe that we managed to get that deal over the line. A lot of work behind the scenes to get it to this point, but a total redevelopment for housing on that site, I think, would be really problematic. That right from the outset, it was always envisaged that part of that site would be used for a medical practice, and it was really disappointing to see general practitioners walk away from it. And you know, at the kind of almost 11th hour, but not quite the 11th hour, it managed to try to get this deal in place that allows a dental facility in conjunction with the newly formed Health Sciences University. So it's a big opportunity, but I just urge you to do everything you can. If you can forget the second option, then that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Canavan. I'm just going to see if any other councillors outside of Cabinet wish to speak. Nope. So we'll open this up to debate from Cabinet. Any members wishing to speak on this item? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. I absolutely hear what Councillor Canavan says in terms of wanting to see a health facility. I used to work in the health service, used to work for CCG, and I know that when it comes to primary care, actually lining all the ducks up, it's not within we can and should do everything we can to make it happen, but it will be down to the health service locally to step up and to partner with us on that. And if they choose not to because they don't think they can staff the facility, very often our capacity is limited by staffing, and so is theirs. So it may be just a case of, you know, if they don't want to do it, we need to move forward. And I think it's making a good scheme as a part of this. My concern or question, I suppose, is about the residential care facility without necessarily the health, because the suggestion is that option 2 would be entirely housing. Would that continue to include a residential care facility?
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Any other Cabinet members wishing to speak? And I'm sure Councillor Wilson might address that in his summing up. No one's indicating. I was just going to add very briefly my thanks to Tom Hayes MP as well for being involved in this from his side and for driving this forward from a parliamentary point of view. It was good to see that we were mentioned in Parliament in a positive light due to the movement on this, and I'm really excited with getting on and seeing what this site delivers as soon as we can. So I'm glad we've got those options in there, including the contingency. But ideally, option 1 will be able to come to fruition. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Wilson, if you could please sum up, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I suppose I would just like to go back to Councillor Hadley and just because I'm not sure there is a residential care facility, so I just wanted to understand what his perceptions were on that quickly.
Yeah, I think I read it wrong. I'm sorry, Kieran. I was just checking, and I think I read the paper wrong. Thank you.
Okay, that panicked me for a second, so that's fine. No, absolutely fine. Okay, and just to allay Councillor Canavan's fears, we are absolutely going to do everything in our power to see a clinical facility come forward. I know Amina and the Towns Fund team are working tremendously hard, along with the support of the local MP, to make sure that everything is in place to do that. And we are hoping and expecting that to be option to go forward with option 1. The only reason we have option 2 there is just as a safeguard, because I would hate for the whole thing to fall through and see no homes come to fruition if the worst came to the worst. So it is purely as a safeguard, but we are absolutely doing everything we can to assure option 1. So yeah, happy to put forward as recommended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Right, we will now go to a vote. Can I see all those in favour, please? That is unanimous. Thank you. So item number 15 is the Housing Delivery Council New Build Housing and Acquisition Strategy Update and Harbour Sales Acquisition. I am just going to repeat that Councillor Wilson isn't here, so we will hear Councillor Wilson present the report, then we'll find a proposer and a seconder. So, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you again, Chair. Yes, so obviously there was quite a robust discussion at Overview and Scrutiny, a really helpful discussion as well. So I'm not going to kind of go into too much detail, but this report and this paper is in 2 parts. Firstly, it's to provide an update around our CNAS programme. For those who aren't aware of the acronym, it's Council New Build Housing and Acquisition Strategy. And the second part of it is to approve the acquisition of Harbour Sale, which is a 32 leasehold flats. And the financials of that are set out in Appendix 4, which if anybody in Cabinet or councillors would wish to discuss, we would have to go into exempt session. As well as that, it seeks the approval to proceed with the acquisition of 16 homes by March 2026 as part of the Local Authority Housing Fund 3 programme, more commonly referred to as LAF 3. Whilst I don't want to kind of repeat a lot of what I said last night in my introduction, I would just like to pay thanks to the team that have managed to mobilise the acquisitions programme and managed to deliver, going from delivering less than 50 properties a year to 3 times that amount in 1 year is really credit to the team, and that's enabled us to get our use of B&B much more under control. The report says that we have 99 households in B&B. Since the report was published, that's gone down even further. So currently we have 79 households in total. 24 of those are families, and 21 of those families have planned moves before Christmas. That being said, demand will probably mean that more families do go into B&B, but we will see a continued decrease, which is really, really a positive thing. So yeah, obviously just on the development side as well, we Appendix 1, there is a lot of detail and update on sites that are coming forward in the pipeline. And so, yeah, it is a really, really positive report, I think. There was a good discussion, and a lot of it did focus on the time taken to get some of these properties into use, which was played out at ONS, but the board were mostly supportive. So I don't want to steal Councillor Bartlett's thunder there, so I'll let him come in now and just thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. So I'm going to see if we have a proposer from Cabinet for that report. Thank you, Councillor Hadley. I'm very happy to second that one. We are going. I just wanted to remind everyone that there is a confidential appendices. I know Councillor Wilson mentioned it, so just to be mindful that if we do need to discuss that, then we'll go into confidential session. So please let me know before. We will now go to Councillor Bartlett, who is the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny Board, to share any findings and recommendations from Overview and Scrutiny Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Not too much thunder here, I'm afraid. First of all, the board were very appreciative of the reduction in numbers of families held in bed and breakfast, which is the primary thing, a primary purpose of the acquisition programme. And that's been appreciated, that work. And not just because it benefits families, but also because of the financial benefit that comes from it. Having said that, there was a debate, as Councillor Wilson said, about the length of time it is getting to take get properties already purchased to families, and of the 111 that have been purchased for temporary accommodation, 60 of those are still empty. So it's going to take some time, but nevertheless, the aim is to get people out of bed and breakfast, and that is happening. But of course, during that period, when there are voids for those new properties, there is the cost of financing the capital, and that does hit the revenue budget. So there is a financial impact there. But nevertheless, it's all moving in the right direction. There was a debate about the relationship between the strategy of Seascape Homes and the CNS strategy itself, and some queries raised about that. There was also a debate about the quality of the acquisitions. There was a comment about looking at benchmarking against other councils in terms of void times. But generally, overall, the recommendation in the paper was supported by the committee. I would just mention about the proposal to purchase the additional property. I can't remember the name of it. Oh yeah, it was the harbour sale acquisition. There was sort of a discussion about that and the need to really focus in on the need for due diligence on that purchase, and the request was that we really make a good job of due diligence on that purchase. But other than that, the board supports recommendations in the paper. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Are there any councillors who are not on Cabinet wishing to speak? Nope. So let's open this up to Cabinet, please. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, Harbour Sale is in my ward, and I did have correspondence with some of the previous occupants of that block at the time when they were looking at the cladding. And so I would echo the concerns that the Chair of Scrutiny raised, really, in terms of ensuring that we do due diligence, and that the works, I believe they put in sprinklers and did a lot of work in 2018, but that the Housing Association are passing it on or not wishing to reoccupy themselves itself is a little bit of a concern. So I guess it is just making absolutely sure, are we in a position that we will be able to move people straight in, or will we have to do a significant piece of work to get it to a habitable situation, would be my concern, which I guess is what, unfortunately I wasn't at ONS last night, would be the concern that was raised there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Any other members from Cabinet wishing to speak? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. On this one, I think it's really important. With my health and wellbeing hat on, the provision of decent homes for people is a real strong determinant in people's health and well-being, and the fact that rather than people being in bed and breakfast accommodation and actually can be in a secure home with their children and family can have a real impact on all sorts of aspects of their lives, but particularly from my perspective on health and well-being. And I think we sort of underplay it a bit when we look at the numbers that are in this report and what's been delivered since, I think it was October 2023, where it talked about, was it 259 households were housed in bed and breakfasts, including over 140 families. and in the year since then, it's moved down to 80 and it's on the trajectory to go down. And that's not just, oh, here's this problem, we need to work on that. But the demand is growing all the time in terms of that. So to be able to deliver that phenomenal level of reduction in reliance on bed and breakfast at the same time as the pressure increasing is a real testament to the sort of hard work that's gone into this. And I think it's a phenomenal result, really, which really tangibly impacts the lives of all of those families. I've met a number of families that have moved into sort of secure council, new build council homes, etc., in my ward, and or affordable homes with a housing association. It makes a real difference to their lives to have a settled and secure base. So I think it's more power to your elbow, really, in terms of pushing this even further. And there's a lot of history to the Harbour Sale site, but I think it would be really good to see that the council acquiring that and actually making full use of that building that's been on Paul's skyline for a number of years now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cox.
Yeah, Leader, I'm going to object, I'm afraid, at this stage, because I do feel there's been far too many good news stories at this Cabinet meeting, and Matt Simpson will be shortly unemployed if we're not careful. Thank you.
Right, any other Cabinet members wishing to respond? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Wilson just to briefly sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things to come back on. I think the first point that Councillor Bartlett made around kind of the linking of the seascape stuff. I probably should have mentioned this last night at ONS, but when I'm a bit rusty at the overview and scrutiny process, and when you're in the hot seat, you sometimes forget things. But there will be as well a temporary accommodation strategy coming forward, which will round up and kind of take into consideration all these things and have that evidence base behind it as to what we do going forward in terms of temporary accommodation. So that's due to be kind of reviewed and completed early next year. In terms of benchmarking data as well, happy to, I did say this last night, but happy to go away and look at that and see if there is anyone that we can benchmark against in terms of their processes. Thank you, Councillor Hadley, for your comment on the due diligence side of things in terms of the acquisition. We are going to be undertaking due diligence, legal and technical, and only at the point of purchase will, when we have the warranties and we understand that the building's fully compliant with everything we need, will we then acquire it. So the approval laid out in the paper is subject to those conditions being met. And then thank you, Councillor Brown. I think I probably didn't dwell on it too much in my opening, but it is really an incredible thing. And I'm not trying to boast or anything because it's not me, it's the team. But it's an incredible thing to get that level of reduction in the use of B&B. Nearly 80% since October 2023. When nationally it's rising, and the difference that makes not only to the council's finances, but more importantly to families who find themselves in that situation is unbelievable. So really, really positive. And it isn't just, I should just say as well, it isn't just the acquisitions programme that's brought that about. It's also our prevention work in the housing options team. This year we've seen around 30% more successful prevention interventions. And that's in a context of a rising demand of around 13% in the service. So again, it's just another team working as hard as they can in very, very difficult circumstances. So really grateful to them. And yeah, really, really happy to put forward this this report and really thank ONS and Cabinet for their support of it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Right, so can I take this to a vote? All those in favour of this item being recommended to Council, can I see you indicate, please? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. So we're going to move to agenda item number 16, which is the travel plan monitoring fees. Councillor Hadley is going to be proposing this one and I'm going to second. So Councillor Hadley, would you please present the report?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, so this is an attempt to offset the impact of significant new developments on congestion, effectively, or on travel. And it's been a requirement across the three authorities to produce a travel plan for bigger developments. In Poole, there's been a charge levied on that to help us to monitor that, to help fund the monitoring of the travel plans. In Bournemouth and Christchurch, they've had different durations when the travel plans were expected, but it's just been absorbed by the Transport Department to do that extra work. And this seeks to regularise a single facility across the whole area. It has been out of consultation. We've had some interesting comments back, some which are relevant to this, and some which suggest that it's an affront to people's privilege to drive their car. And I think it's really important to recognise that this is about trying to constrain the impact of new developments on our existing road network to enable people who are already driving their car to carry on doing so if they need to. It is about balancing those things and giving people choices to be able to use alternatives to the car and support that problem. We don't control planning that goes on there in terms of the people that choose to build these big places, but what we can do is try and make sure that the impacts are recognised, and as with the place strategy we've already talked about, that there are benefits back to the rest of the area. So that's the intention of it. It proposes that the travel plans would be for 7 years, which is the current pool system, and the longest of the three, and that allows time for things to bed in. One thing that I picked up at a meeting I was at not so long ago was people's travel habits are set very, very quickly on life-changing events. So as you move into a place, that's the time when you're most likely to consider that. And if a development has a travel plan in place that enables people to look at choices, to understand where the bus routes run, to look at active travel options, then that's the time when they're most likely perhaps to be receptive to that. So that's the intention, and I hope that's a useful summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Any members outside of Cabinet wishing to speak? Can't see any indication. Over to Cabinet members. Any debate on this item? Nope. I was just going to comment on it as portfolio holder for planning, because it kind of crosses over into that area of planning development management, and just echo Councillor Hadley's comments on the fact that, and be super clear that this is not a charge on individual residents for them travelling around BCP area, because if you have a look at the comments, it feels very much like people assume that they are going to be charged for it. That is absolutely not the case here. This is about giving the responsibility to pay for travel plans over to the developers who will be the ones benefiting from that, having those reports and having that structure in place. So I just wanted to confirm for anyone who may be still confused that it's not a charge on individual residents. Right, so Councillor Hadley, anything else to add, or should we go to the vote? So Cabinet members, can I see all those in favour of accepting the recommendations? Thank you very much. That is unanimous. That was a very quick one. Okay, so on to agenda item 17. We are nearing the end of the agenda at this point. Councillor Richard Burton, I believe you are going to...
Councillor Cox, it's back to good news again, although, this might help with you anyway. So this is looking at an Inwood Special Schools and post-16 provision at the former Ted Webster site in Parkstone. So we're looking at Cabinet to recommend approval to this scheme to Council, which will happen tonight, I hope. You're all aware that we have seen a significant rise in the number of children and young people who are in receipt of an education health care plan over the past years. This number isn't showing any signs of reducing soon. Last year nationally there was an 11.4% rise, and the number has increased every year since the introduction in 2014. And going back to an earlier paper, that's the point at which the high needs deficit started back in 2014. The numbers locally are in the paper, and you can see that we mirror the national trend. Many pupils and students who are in receipt of an EHC plan are educated in mainstream settings. Nationally, 75% of children are young people with a new EHC plan, and 10.5% attend special schools. Locally, there's a shortage of specialist provision and too high a reliance on independent specialist school places with the associated costs. One area we do differ from national trends is the use of post-16 placements, and this is what this proposal is trying to address. Linwood Special School, which is currently classified as outstanding by Ofsted, educates 30 post-16 students in unsuitable accommodation at the moment. The proposition is to develop 60 places at a BCP building in Parkston, the former Ted Webster Centre, as I said before, 30 places to provide appropriate accommodation for the current students and 30 new places. This will result in 30 more post-16 students being educated at a high standard, at better cost and without having to travel out of area. This feeds into our SEND improvement agenda, as well as dedicated schools grant paper earlier in the meeting. The cost of the scheme is 1.55 million. Approval for this budget is requested. The details of the costing is in the exempt bit at the bottom, so if we want to discuss that we'll have to go into the exempt session. However, the paper shows that this is a good value for money, both the cost per metre squared and the cost per place. This scheme has been fully developed and costed, so there should be no unpleasant surprises during the conversion. However, a 10% client-held contingency has been included just in case. And there's no further planning permission required for the site either. So with your agreement and agreement of council tonight, the work will start in the new year, and the facility will open at the start of the next school year, that is September next year, making a rapid improvement for our young people. Personally, I'm looking forward to visiting if I get invited back in the autumn, because it's going to be such an exciting project. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. So this item did go to Scrutiny Committee, so I want to invite Councillor Carr-Brown, who is the Chair of Children's, to come up and give us any recommendations that came from that committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. So we debated this. It is another good news story for the conurbation, for the families with people who need post-16 provision, but also for the health of the BCP finances as well. The phrase that stood out from our debate was that it's a no-brainer. And it is a quality refurbishment for provision that is for the best possible provision, it seems, and much needed in this area. We felt as a committee that the value for money, as it were, was demonstrated. We obviously had access to the exempt paper, and particularly the reuse of the building, the as it were, the corporate sense to reuse something which perhaps, wasn't obvious in the first place, but was done, and also to use Seascape for the work. And that gave the committee assurance on the costs and the profile of the work that is being planned. And as such, we were very happy to go along with the recommendation to Cabinet.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr-Brown. Are there any other councillors outside of Cabinet wishing to speak? Can't see any indications, so we will open this up to Cabinet debate. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, obviously it's welcome, it's good news. I just one little concern really, I suppose. It talks about improving the insulation in the windows and mechanical electrical. It doesn't talk at all about sustainable energy solutions. Although there are trees around, I think there is enough space to certainly look at solar on the roof to reduce the ongoing energy costs of the building. And also rainwater harvesting, just the whole thing about we shouldn't be having to add these things on after the event if we are doing work on a building, we should be making sure that we're doing what we can to minimise the ongoing revenue costs and to maximise the opportunities for climate reduction. And I don't see that in the report, so I hope but suspect it's not been included.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Very briefly, I had to smile when Councillor Carr-Brown mentioned that at Scrutiny it was described as a no-brainer. I think that was my fellow ward councillor who said that. So I watched it back the other day to see what he'd actually said. So I'm very happy to take my fellow ward councillor's lead on that. This is not just good news; it's great news. And picking up what Councillor Cox said just now, he might like to suggest that the Echo could do an 8-page pullout on the good news, or even a special edition. But I'll leave that to you. Best I not get involved in that. So really happy to welcome this. This is great, and the timescale of getting this done in by September 2025 is great as well. My final point is, and I don't wish to. If Councillor Canavan might think I'm in a bit of a bidding war with him about our wards. But I would like to see his Boscombe and raise him a Highcliffe, if I may, because I'm aware that Children's Services have undertaken a feasibility study into the Highcliffe Day Centre, which has been empty for 4 years, and have concluded that it could be best utilised to meet SEND sufficiency requirements. I know there's a stakeholder engagement about to happen. So I really hope, and I would be absolutely 150% behind that use of this building. I'm hoping we will be able to bring forward a proposal for the Highcliffe Day Centre in terms of SEND provision as soon as is feasible. So yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Councillor Brown?
Yeah, just going to comment briefly on this. I know the Ted Webster Centre very, very well from my years as a foster carer for Poole Council. I was regularly at that place, and like my colleagues say, it's a real good use of that site. I just wanted to focus on the benefits of it being a local provision for special educational needs, rather than we hear the stories of young people having to be taken by taxis to all across the conurbation and outside the conurbation, some significant distances very often. So I think that to have the provision locally where those children and young people can actually access their education provision right in the heart of our conurbation is really good, as well as the fact that not only will it reduce the costs of transport, but actually it will reduce the number of miles of transport on our roads, and in its own little way will help to take vehicles off the road and reduce the amount of taxi miles that we see across the area. So I think it's really important from that perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Any other? So back to Councillor Burton. Would you mind summing up, please?
Thank you, Leader. And to be honest, Councillor Carr-Brown has done most of the summing up for me. I like the no-brainer bit. Just to pick up a few things, Councillor Hadley did manage to rain slightly on my parade, but I'll assure you that I will ask them if they can collect the rain and use it. So I will mention that for you. The Highcliffe, I would say that the smart ones among the Cabinet at the moment, I haven't had to mention Bearwood and Merley at all. I got somebody else to mention it for me. So just saying that. Coming back to the paper, we have got a good provider, BCP building that can be repurposed. The need for our young people, coupled with transformation and long-term savings. So what is in it tonight? So let's hopefully we can all vote on this and get it through council tonight.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. So we will take this to a vote. Can I see all those in favour, please? That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so the final item on the main part of our agenda is item number 18, which is transforming urgent and emergency care services. This paper is going to be presented by Councillor Brown. And Councillor Brown, do you have someone to second this one? Councillor Moore, thank you very much. So over to you, Councillor Brown, to present.
Thank you, Leader. I don't need to present to Cabinet colleagues too much because you'll be aware that at the last meeting on the 30th of October we had a paper relating to this exact project, which Cabinet thankfully agreed that we could move on to the next stage, and at that last Cabinet meeting we delegated authority to make progression in negotiating the transformation programme and looking at the share of costs and benefits and negotiating a partnership agreement. So this report, you'll be aware of all the sort of work that's been done in sort of diagnosing the issues across our health and care service across Dorset. This report updates you on the progress that's been made since that last Cabinet meeting, seeking your approval to enter into the formal partnership agreement to participate in the Transforming Urgent and Emergency Care programme. The financial implications of the programme were uncertain at the last time, so it was sort of contingent on that. So the financial implications are now much clearer, and the Cabinet have been asked to support it in light of those figures. So in the report, paragraphs 15 and 16 have some really useful charts with the forecast number of beds that will be released across the health and care system as a result of this, and the benefits that will accrue from it. I will just paragraph 17 talks about the financial benefits, and it displays there the cumulative BCP Council payments, but also then the cumulative benefits that we'll experience as a result of that. So developing that partnership agreement and payment arrangements and the fee to continue working with Newton over the next 18 months. The overall cost of the transformation support has now required is £9 million, but the majority of that, because it will most substantially have an impact on hospitals across Dorset, on our health partners, that the Dorset Integrated Care Board have agreed to fund £6.9 million of that cost. As shown in the graph, BCP Council will contribute £912,000 to the cost of the programme. The contributions won't begin until January 2026, and they will end in the following financial year, 2026-27. In order to ensure those benefits are delivered in accordance with the anticipated trajectory, the benefits are going to be tracked monthly from next January 2025, and a mid-programme benefits review will be undertaken in July 2025, and a formal update provided to the partner organisations. And if there's any sort of remedial action necessary or any work around that, then that will be negotiated with the partner organisations. I would say this is partly going to deliver financial benefits, but that's possibly been too much of a focus. It really will. Unfortunately, the report in paragraph 23 lists the benefits of the council formally working with the Dorset Urgent and Emergency Care Partnership and signing this partnership agreement. And principally, a large number of BCP residents will benefit from shorter hospital stays and not needing to stay in hospital at all, or people will benefit from better reablement care, and more people will be able to stay at home for longer rather than being placed in a residential or nursing care home. There's a whole host of other benefits related to that, as well as BCP Council being really at the heart of our sort of integrated care system across Dorset. And BCP team members will also be working to deliver the programme. They'll get real high quality and extensive training and support to deliver the change and improve the services, as well as then finally the council will benefit financially as the requirement to procure additional home care and residential care capacity is substantially reduced. So there's lots of benefits beside the financial benefits and financial implications. It's all covered there in the report, including at the appendix with the actual draft partnership agreement for you to see. So it's not so much a good news story as colleagues have been presenting this afternoon. There are a lot of risks, and partnership working does carry its own challenges, but I'm really confident that it will be a good news story when it's delivered. It will be really good news for all residents across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. I think really if you want to pick out a good news headline from this, is actually the rapid development of this proposal. The diagnostic work started with Newton in July and carried on over the summer, and it was very extensive work. and to get to this stage by December. People often criticise local authorities for being too bureaucratic and everything takes too long to do. I think this is a really good example of actually where we worked with partners. It's been complicated work working with a number of partners, and to actually get to this stage of having a partnership agreement in front of us by December, having the work started in July, I think that is the really good news story, to show that local authorities can actually, when push comes to shove, can really develop these proposals really well and work really effectively with our partners. So I hope Cabinet colleagues will all support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Brown. Sorry.
They all look the same.
I think it's because, Richard, did you indicate just then, or did something, it caught my eye? Anyway, so we will now open this up to Scrutiny Committee chairs. Councillor Canavan, I believe that this went to Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So I will invite you to present any thoughts or recommendations, and we'll then open it up to the wider councillor base. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And apologies, I think I made this statement earlier on and managed to make this recommendation at the wrong time on the agenda. But hey, and I don't really want to repeat much of what I said, but I don't believe Councillor Brown was in the room at the time. So I just wanted to stress a couple of things, if I might. One, when we discussed this, one issue that we were talking about was the ability or the capacity of Newtons to be able to help us deliver this. And Councillor Brown was at the meeting, and he will recall the discussion that we had. And the question that was raised about how much, if any, of this we could do internally within BCP, and I think it would be fair to say the conclusion of that was that we could do some of it, but probably not all of it, and that I think there was a reassurance there that the benefits review that you're going to do next summer is an opportunity for the council to assess the risks that Councillor Brown has just mentioned, because there are there, but I don't think we should ever be afraid of taking risks. The issue is how you manage them, and what you can do to mitigate that risk. And with the detail of the partnership agreement that we've now seen, I think there is enough in there to allow the council to have a mechanism through which it can make sure that this is on track, that it is going to deliver the benefits that we want it to achieve, and that the direction of travel is undoubtedly the one that we want to go down. And as I mentioned earlier on, the committee looked at it in two parts really. One was the partnership agreement in itself, what it was intending to do, how it was going to be reviewed, but then there was the more detailed work about how this is actually going to map out once it gets underway, and the very complex nature of the reorganisation that it sets out, and the need for it to bring together quite a large number of partners and other agencies, which is one of the reasons why we were asking the question about Newtons really. But it is a challenging project, and one which I think is not only needed, but I think will almost be demanded of us in terms of what the government are intending in terms of reorganisation of the health service. So the recommendations really are in the report. We're happy with those recommendations, and I just wanted to reassure Councillor Brown, if reassurance is the right word, that we will be looking at it again, once we get nearer to that mid-year review. So sorry if that's a repetition of what I said earlier. Sorry.
No problem, Councillor Canavan. Thank you very much. Right, we will now go to councillors who are not on Cabinet. So, Councillor Salmon, welcome to Cabinet. Please do go ahead.
So yeah, I was at the discussion at the ONS board on this paper, and Patrick's covered most of it very well, but I just wanted to re-emphasise that one of the worries certainly I have, and it might have been shared by others on the committee, was the suitability of Newtons to carry out this work. And I am surprised that there was no mention in the papers we saw going to ONS of the DICE, of the Dorset Insights and Information Service, who I feel might in some respects be better placed to do at least some of the work, if not all of the work that currently looks like it's going to be down to Newtons. And my other worry is the scale of the challenge. So this is a merger not of 3 trusts, you know, 3 NHS trusts or 2 trusts and a local authority. It's 2 local authorities, I think 3, or it could be 4. Sorry, I've only just turned up. I can't remember how many it is in the papers. Trusts, and that level of complexity is really compounded by the number of trusts involved. 10 to the power 3 is a very different number to 10 to the power of 7. And my worry would be Newtons are going to come in with, or have come in with a preset idea of how this partnership will work based on other work they've carried out. And once that model they're looking to impose on the various systems that will make up this partnership agreement doesn't work, once that doesn't fit, you'll lose buy-in from the key stakeholders in those organisations. And much as Newtons and not being contracted in a way where they don't get paid if we don't see the benefits, much as that in some respects is a positive thing, it also means very early on in the project, if there's not a lot of traction, they will just go, oh, I'll tell you what, we're not getting paid for this, 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, and disengage. I think as well, not outsourcing that provider role within I think that's the term that's be used, isn't it? That they are the provider in the partnership agreement, outsourcing that to a third-party organisation, a for-profit organisation who aren't part of our health ecosystem, misses a real opportunity to actually upskill the staff in the various organisations that currently make up that health ecosystem. It really seems to me that this was an opportunity to expand what the ICB and their DICE can do and are capable of doing, with an eye to the fact that this isn't the only partnership agreement that we should be looking at doing in the next 5 years or so. This is almost certainly to undo the fragmentation of our health services that's gone on for so long. And I would really like to support this idea, this proposal, but I think without more concrete evidence of Newton's ability to deliver this, and some actual solid case studies from here is what we've done and here is what we've done of an equivalent complexity, because I think there probably are better examples than the one that was thrown up at ONS of Leeds of maybe bigger projects they've done. But without that, and without mentioning the DICE, that really shocked me. I'm worried that this is a case of the quickest way out leads straight back in. So I'd be really curious as to what else we can see to back up that this is plausible and that we really did exhaust doing this more in-house without the use of consultants. Sorry, I hope that makes sense. I'm very waffly. I didn't think I'd be at this meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salmon, and every councillor is welcome to come along and speak at Cabinet, as are members of the public. So thank you for coming along today and sharing your thoughts with us. I am now going to open this up to Cabinet to see if anyone would like to contribute to the debate there. Just looking for hands. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, thank you. It's interesting. I did raise some concerns previously, and one of those was around the DICE, so it's interesting to hear Councillor Salmon raise that as well. I think the response we had from Newton was actually that they found getting information out of our health community far better because they used the DICE team to do that. But I do know from personal experience working in the health system in Dorset that it is a great collaboration between the different parts of the health and social care system, and that they do have a lot of capability in that team. So I echo those. My real worry though was the 911 service and the reason that people end up in hospital unexpectedly very often is because of a lack of communication between different partners. What was known in the community setting, in the primary care setting, doesn't get known by the paramedic in the middle of the night on a windy night, and they take them to a place of safety, which is A&E, and then they're on that pathway into hospital. And I don't see any change in terms of what we have in front of us today in terms of recognising and taking that on board. I will support it because I think it is absolutely important. We have to work with our health colleagues on that, but I do plea that you can't do urgent emergency care without involving the ambulance. And I know from bitter experience they work on a regional basis, and trying to get them to do what we want them to do in Dorset will be a big struggle. And I think it's a real limitation on our ability to achieve the benefits. Maybe that sits outside Newton, and therefore we don't have to give them a load of the money for that element. But you know, I do think it's a real issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Moore?
Yes, thank you, Leader. I will be brief. I agree that there are risks with this project, and I think it's important that we do get value for money for the council. But as this has the potential to also deliver lots of positive benefits for our residents, I am happy to support this paper and to second it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to see if anyone else would like to speak from Cabinet. I'm not seeing any indication. So, Councillor Brown, if you could please sum up, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I'll try and respond to the points. I thank Councillor Canavan and the Health and Social Care Review and Scrutiny Committee for their detailed consideration of this. And I really welcome their sort of involvement to look at the mid-year review and scrutinise how the project's progressing. And actually, it really sort of strengthens our sort of work with Newton that we're having this discussed in public by Cabinet, and Cabinet need to approve it, and that we're going to have a scrutiny function that actually oversees the delivery of that, because that holds Newton to account to a great extent in terms of, you know, they can't just sort of say, well, this is what we're doing, you know, but, you know, that's okay. We, you know, Gillian and others have to be able to say to Newton, well, actually, I've got to get this through the democratic process. You know, there is a governance process here, and it will be looked at and it will be scrutinised. So actually, it does strengthen our position with the provider. So I thank them for that, and I'm glad that they support all the recommendations that we've got before us this morning. I think the point you made, and it picks up on something that Councillor Salmon said, that there are difficulties in delivering this in-house, which is why we're working with an external partner. I think what is critically important and is going to be worked on is that Newton don't just sort of come in, use their sort of data and models and deliver the changes and leave. That actually they work with all partners across health and care, work with the staff to make sure that they are upskilled, they are trained, they do understand how things are going to work, and they're able to then continue it after Newton have left and moved on. There's no point them just coming in, you know, doing the work and departing and taking that sort of knowledge and expertise. That actually it's a case of working with teams right across health and social care, because it's about changes to working practices, and it's about, you know, understanding new ways of working, really. So that is a real critical point, that actually they'll need to work alongside our teams to make sure that our teams can carry on the work after they've left town. I take on board Councillor Salmon's concerns. What I would say in terms of, you know, having a consultant coming in and having a model coming in and implementing their model, as I know he'd sort of mentioned previously, KPMG potentially did when BCP was formed, and KPMG came as an external consultant and said this is the operating model you need. I think the difference here is that actually over the summer, over several months, Newton have done some really detailed diagnostic work, looking at our system, speaking to people right across the health and social care system in Dorset. They've done the diagnostic work, and now they've come forward with, well, these are the issues that we've identified in your health and care system, and this is what we can work on, and this is the potential benefit through our ways of working. So they've not just simply brought in a model and said this is what we're going to implement here. They've actually worked with our teams to actually diagnose what the issues are in our system, where, you know, where the flows are working, where they're not working, and that's how we've been able to calculate the potential benefits of working with them. So that's sort of what I'd say on that. Councillor Hadley makes a good point about the sort of work with 111 and the ambulance service, and I think it's something that could be done. It makes things a lot more complicated and a lot more broader. In conversations with Newton, they have, and Councillor Salmon will be interested in this, as well as the examples that have been given previously about sort of working in Gloucestershire and Leeds and Birmingham, that also I know they've done work with Essex County Council, which is quite a complex structure with Southend and Thurrock included in that, so multiple local authorities. But also the work they've done in Gloucestershire and in Somerset as well has included South West Ambulance Service. And I think, you know, there are sort of difficulties there working with them, but Newton have some experience of working with that same ambulance trust as well. So it's not going to be easy, but I think, you know, they've got the real knowledge and experience and potential to deliver for us. And interestingly, I was on a meeting with adult social care and health and wellbeing portfolio holders across the southwest last week, and I spoke to a number of them, and both Swindon and Somerset reported they'd had a really good working experience with Newton, and they delivered substantial financial savings for the authority as well as improvement in services. So, and that was just anecdotal evidence from other cabinet members across the southwest. So I think there's a lot of good indications that it can work, and it's going to be a lot of work, and there are challenges and risks to it, but yeah, I'd wholeheartedly recommend it to Cabinet to progress with this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. I do just want to check, because we do have a formal recommendation from the Scrutiny Committee. It notes the summary of the diagnostic review, including improved outcomes for residents and the financial benefits for the council. It notes that under the draft partnership agreement with Dorset Health and Care Partners, anticipated benefits are significantly in excess of costs to the council. And it also delegates to the Corporate Director for Wellbeing, in consultation with Portfolio Holder for Health and Wellbeing and Director of Law and Governance and Director of Finance, authority to enter into partnership agreement to undertake the proposed transformation programme. So I just want to check, as proposer, David, are you happy to accept those recommendations to the Cabinet recommendation?
Yes, I am. I believe they are the same. It was taking the Cabinet recommendations, and they've reflected their support for all the stated recommendations that we've got. So yeah, there are no amendments within there. It's very much supporting what we're proposing. So.
Understood, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to take a vote from Cabinet on this one. Can I see those in favour, please indicate? Right, that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, so agenda item number 19 is urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. Mr. Farrant?
Mr. Farrant, okay.
Do you have any urgent decisions to report, please?
Thank you, Lisa. No decisions taken to report.
Thank you. Agenda item 20 is the Cabinet Forward Plan. I can advise that this has been published and is available on the Council's website to view, to help see what's coming up in the future in terms of Cabinet's work, and also providing a bit of an opportunity to councillors both on scrutiny committees and the wider councillor population to see where they might want to get involved in particular subjects, topics, policies and decisions that we'll be seeing in the future. So that draws the agenda to a close today. I want to thank you for attending, and also to wish everyone a happy Christmas and New Year, and look forward to seeing you in 2025. I'll now formally close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.